Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm flat now. Oh. Hope you're doing good. I have... Oh, gosh, I overslept like crazy today. For some reason, I couldn't wake up this morning. So, I kind of woke up at 11:28 something. I mean, it is the time I checked, it was 11:28 in the morning. So, wow. I definitely did not expect that, to be honest, but I guess it happens sometimes, huh? That was weird, but hope you are doing good. Hi Big Pie, hi Brian, and hi Bretalk. Welcome. So today I'm gonna play a little bit of Monster Mystery Quest for Kinship. So that game is all about like Monster Hunter, but Pokemon Mystery Dungeon kind of game. So I found it on itch.io. It's like, oh shit, it looks really fucking good, right? So far it only has 2 oh my god. Hi Dragon Mama. Yeah, so far the game only has 2 chapters, and last night I actually kind of messed up. So I didn't save the game. Apparently the game doesn't save automatically. And today my goal is to get this again. Right? I need to answer questions until I get myself a Mizu so that I can continue playing the game. The reason I'm doing this is at about 50 minutes from now, I'll be playing games with Bracky and Zeus. It's today, right? Let me double check. It should be today. Oops. Yeah, it is today. So, So in the meantime, I'm just gonna open a Monster Mystery real quick because time is of the essence. Big words. Wow. Big words from the Kobo. Oh my god. So yeah, let me close. I'm just gonna close everything here. Yeah, it's fine. And open up this one. Boom. Monster Mystery Quest for Kinship. The game looks absolutely adorable, by the way. Loud! Oh my god. My ears. Yeah, I didn't save. Okay, I think that's good. Actually, yeah. I think this is fine. Yeah, that looks fine. So I'm playing on the controller here. Look at that art though, oh my god. My thing didn't renew, what? What thing didn't renew? What's going on? Alright, let's do a new game. It didn't save, I need to get Mizu again. Well, I'll try to answer as truthfully as I can because that's how I got Mizu, so I'll try. After the First War, something had rescued humankind from absolute destruction. The Black Dragon burned the world to the ground, and humankind narrowly escaped extinction. I mean, if humankind got extinct, does that mean that we get to be a monster instead? In a way, that's not too bad, I think. Oh, this didn't renew? Oh.
This didn't renew.
Thank you, Dragon Mama. Also, hi Peter. Morning. Morning. Hope you are doing good. Efforts were made by those who survived to not recreate the conflict. But centuries later, a serpent took to the sky, a kingdom in ruin made of its body. The great dragon punished humankind, taking away their kinship. With this kinship, it would create something that would cleanse the world of conflict. Oh, 50%? Wow, thank you. Welcome. This is a portal that leads to a world inhabited only by monsters. But before you depart on this journey, you must first answer some questions. Give me a second, actually. Just a little bit. I pressed the wrong button, fuck. There, okay, we good. Please answer them as truthfully as you can. Alright, here we go. What is the season where you feel happiest? Surprisingly enough, it's cold. I like it when it's cold. Because I don't get cold here ever, so Your plans are being ruined by a problem far too difficult for you to take on alone without a lot of stress. Do you look for help? Oh. I don't think I can ask my friends for this. I didn't get this question yesterday, I think. Yeah, it is entirely inspired by Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I actually learned to overcome, I think, because I feel like if I have a lot of stress, I don't really reach out to people because I'm scared. I'll learn to overcome. Are you happy with how you appear? Not really. Not really. I mean, no. Your partners find something very funny but aren't in on it. How do you react? I'll ignore it. Time is running out. Do you risk losing everything by helping your team or go collecting treasure for yourself? I'll go down with the team. You and your partners are lost in an ancient ruin and have no easy escape. What do you do? Panic? Your elder is constantly remarking about every attribute you are lacking. What do you do? Since they're my elder, at first I think I would just be polite. I would suck it up, but that's like almost the same as be polite, I feel like. Although be polite is like, you know, just like don't start an argument or something like that. So I'll say be polite, even though I hate it, but you know, elder, so. You're around a person you really like, but you haven't spoken to them yet. Do you dare? Oh, they don't like me. This is how I feel. Like, I cannot just go up and say greetings because they don't know who I am, you know? And I feel like if I just enthusiastically go in front of them and just say hi, I feel like that's gonna make them feel weird, no? This is how my brain feels. My brain just tells me that they don't like me and then move on, I guess. My brain's very bad, alright? This is how I feel. It looks like you have to work by yourself on an assignment. How do you fare? It'll be more fun. Teams are better? No, I think most of the time I prefer to work on things on my own most of the time. But I feel like this year I want to change that. But for now, it'll be more fun. What's the best part of the adventure? The preparation, the exploration, the reward. The exploration, actually. I don't care about the reward. Exploration on its own is already a reward on its own, so... Is the Elder a dragon? So must suck Elder Dragon? Exploration. You bought an item that went on sale the next day. It will save you a lot of money. How do you feel? It is what it is. I mean, I bought it, so... I'll be a fang beast? Uh-oh, we didn't get it. How do I get Mizu? What? Get out of here. No, we close. We do it again. I cannot have Lagombi. I'm sorry, I hate Lagombi. I need to get Mizu again. How do I get Mizu the first try? What the heck? How do I get that? Wait, I feel like Lagombi and Mizu is so different, though. Yeah, at least Lagombi is fluffy, but still, I don't like Lagombi. Alright, let's answer again. Actually, is the game too loud? I'll turn down the volume just a little bit more. Like here. Just a little bit. Here. Yeah, I'm doing it again. Hi, Narix. Yes, I'm playing it again. You shared it once, but I forgot. Code still. Problem far too difficult. Okay, I'm gonna answer truthfully, but also try to answer as a Mizu would. How do I do that? How do I get Mizu the first time? What? Learn to overcome. Your partners find something very funny. Answer like a kitsune dragon would. I guess a kitsune dragon would laugh along, no? Obviously, I chose ignore it because that's how I feel. If my friends, my partners find something very funny and then they're like laughing about it, it's probably something not for me, you know? So I would just ignore it personally, but I guess Misu would laugh along. I think. Are you happy with how you appear? How would the kitsune dragon feel? How would Misu feel here? I would say so. I don't know, I mean... Let's try. How do you fare? It'll be more fun. I'm gonna say the same thing. Diluting everything, go collecting treasure, go now with the team. Or... No, I don't think Misu would like to get all the treasure. I would say the same, go down with the team. It's raining outside, how does it affect your day? I love rain. Everyone around you is talking about how to get famous. Does fame mean anything to you? Wait, they have different question every time? Oh. Okay, so personally with fame, I wouldn't say it's revolting, since I'm here, right? I'm here and I feel like it's not my dream. My dream is to be able to afford like a leisure lifestyle or a kinky lifestyle that I can afford. But fame could be nice. I wouldn't say not a thought, because I have been thinking about fame for a little bit, but it's not like my dream, so I think it could be nice. Fame could be nice. Yeah, around the person I really like but I haven't spoken to it, do you dare? I think... Okay. This is how I frame it, this is how my brain feels like. Misu would probably say greetings. No? The band is playing tonight, what's your favorite rhythm to dance to? Ooh, I don't dance. I don't dance. I don't dance. Okay, Mizu will probably be something upbeat. This is for sure. A threat has first presented itself on your way to the target. Your partners tell you to avoid it. What do you do? Your partners tell you to avoid it, but what do I do? If they say avoid it, I guess I'll avoid it, no? Yeah. So it'd be a... Oh! Did we get it? Easy, second try. Alright, we got it. So, okay, before anything. For context, why am I doing this is because of this, alright? So, last night I was playing it. I was playing for a bit, but I didn't think it won't save, so... I got this one last night first try, and I played for a little bit, and then it didn't save. So now I have to do it again. I mean, I already got this last night. I should be playing as a Mizu still, so... Cheating? Yeah, I know I'm cheating. Hi, Zeus. Dragon hit. Alright, and now your kinship will be analyzed. Oh yeah, this is weird. Your kinship is your bond to the world around you. So last night I got... I'll say after. Press any key gently, holding it on the tip of the finger. Okay. Just like that, stay perfectly still. Your kinship is truly brilliant. Almost there. Your kinship has been analyzed. Please lift your finger from the button. Okay. Oh, your kinship. It shines like bright green peridot. Oh, that's very different. So last night I got aquamarine. Hey, green peridot feels good too. And now then, who will be your partner? Which monster do you want your partner to be? I chose Lucky. Obviously I have to choose Lucky. 2 Leviathans? Yep. Hi Nick. Oh my god, Kobo friend, welcome. So we do Lucky again, and I put the Lucky name as... Yep. Oh, not Liga. Very original, yep. This is the name that I gave Lucky.
Yep.
Wait. Lucky Dirk. Very original, wow. Lucky Dirk the Luckier Chris, is that right? Look at that sprite work, it's so adorable. Yes. Chapter 1, Leaving Behind Rubble. As far as I know, this game only has 2 chapters for now. I cannot wait for more updates, honestly. So bright. The light, it's... No, wait. Don't run, we're the only ones that can do this. I don't know what's going on here. No, I can't keep going. It's coming for us. It's kinda loud here. Mega adorbs. I can't wait to see more Misu's. Ow! What the fuck? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. My head. Is this me talking? Okay, yeah. Where am I? Oh, look at that. Oh my god. I can't barely see. I'm too tired. AP Mizu. So adorable, I can't. It's so embarrassing. After I worked up all that courage too. Oh well. I guess I'll just have to try again tomorrow. At least I have a place to sleep. It's so adorable, look at that sprite. Huh? What's that light? Nikki adorable bulb. Kobo adorable. Oh, give me a second. I don't know why I'm sweating like crazy today. I'm like mega sweating. I don't like it. There's a hole in the roof. Wait, who's that? Misutsune. Are they sleeping? Hey, are you okay? Hello? Did you fall through the roof? Oh. Maybe I'll just stay here for a while until they wake up. The sprite is so adorable, I can't. The portrait work as well. Oh my god! Crying Lucky would get me cry. I would cry looking at that. It's so much for secret hideout. This was supposed to be my secret cave. With that hole in the roof, it's a lot less secret. What's the name of this game? It's really cute. It's Monster Mystery. quest for Kinship. It's only in itch.io as far as I know, and it's free to play. What am I saying? I should be more concerned for this poor Mizutune. You know, maybe the hole isn't that bad. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. The light glimmers off the gems and the water all pretty. Yeah. Hey, this is a really pretty rock right here. Hmm? Oh, you're awake. Does that mean you're okay after all? The sprite is so adorable. Where am I? I was really worried. We must have fell from above. Is that what happened? You fell into that hole? It fell? Right, it hurts a little. I guess I must have fallen unconscious. Wait a second, what's a monster doing talking to me? Hi, Serene. Hello, weirdo. Well, my name is Lucky Dirk. It's nice to meet you. What's your name? Hang on, you said you're a what? A human? But that doesn't sound right. You look like a Mizutune to me. It's true. I can see my reflection in the water. It's so adorable. Oh my god. I can't. This game is so perfect. What happened to me? I can't remember anything. Huh? You swear you're really a human? You're a little weird. Maybe you're trying to prank me? You promise? Okay. Well, like I said, my name's Lucky Dirk. What's yours? My name? Right, I guess my name is... Oh. I mean... I have to, right? They're going full PMD Isekai. It feels like it. That headshake, how cute. I know, this game is too perfect, I can't. I'm sorry for making the name Lucky Dirk though, but I don't know what name to give Lucky. Well, I'm Tira, so... Yes. Tira? That's your name? Okay, well, it's nice to meet you, Tira. I'm sorry that I doubted you. You see, this was the place I called home, and I didn't expect to find a monster in here. Though nowadays a lot of monsters are showing up in this cave that aren't acting too friendly. Hmm? You hear that? It sounds like someone's coming. Look at them! Oh my god, Jackie is so adorable! This is the place where the explosion occurred. Excuse me, aren't you alright? We're okay. That's a relief. The explosion that caused this hole could have left the cave unstable though. Tira, I recognize these two from the guild nearby. There's no sign of whatever crashed through the mountain. Oh, right, I should introduce myself. You may call me Dr. Malfestio, and this is my partner Sir Jackie. Sir Jackie! Nice to meet you both. I love Sir Jackie. Also, hi Brecky. Oh my god, Beckham. We represent Team Courage. Wow, an official exploration team. That's right. I'm Lucky Dirk, and this is my friend. Uh-oh, am I fading? Tira, are you okay? There's definitely no copyright issue, yeah. But I'm glad this game exists. I feel myself fading, I'm so tired. Not again, I have to stay awake. Your friend doesn't look well. We should escort you both to the barrow where you'll be safe. Okay. Let's follow Team Courage out of the cave. Look at that Jackie. Did you pay for it? Yeah, it's free. Game's free. It's on itch.io. Oh, there's already something to fight? Head for the stairs. Fight your way to the end of the dungeon by using your skills and your standard attack. Press A on controller space to strike. And will move until you do. Angel with skinny wings? Ooh, the game made me cry like a... I cried a lot playing Angel with skinny wings. Wow. So I had this one set, and then Tailwind, I read the info. So this game has like... this game has... What's the name of the game again? Masanter Stories? Yeah, Masanter Stories. You would cry? I already cried so much playing the Angels with Scaly Wings, holy shit. Are we still playing at 20 minutes? Yes, we are. I'm just gonna play this for a little bit. Your status has changed. Some skills and items can change your stats, immunities, and more. You can check on those to find out what they do in the team summary menu. I might have to play until I get the save though, which is like after this dungeon, I think. I should get on bed. But bed good. As a Miso, I should be able to walk in water, right? Yeah. I don't want to just get in first, I feel like. There might be something hiding. Some treasure. That's so cozy though, I know, right? Like, I overslept today like crazy. I woke up at 11:28 in the morning. Oh. Stone. Oh, I can only have one item. Can you swim in water pools? Yeah, I can... I can walk around water tiles. Oh, shit. Tech seal? I'm speed. Alright, we good. I should hide. Okay. Uh oh. Oh, please, Yev? Am I gonna get him checked? Uh-oh. Oh, nice, thank you. Nice. HP 2 fire resistance up. Speed attack went up by 1. God, I love this game, holy shit. I'm really doing it. HP 2, water resistance 1, power attack 1, speed attack 1. Ooh. I only know Scratch. So I guess the monsters were all like chasing behind us. Kara's 2 9s, hi. I should drink. Thank you. Use bubble beam? There's no bubble beam. Well, for now anyway, I think.
Wait. Yep. You can only carry one item for now. If you find one, check your items to see what it does. Yippee! Yippee! Hi, Fluffy. Oh my god, take them! Also, meds. Got turkey needs some meds. Well, meds good. I just had mine. So, what's this? Antip scarf. I I want to hurl at Jackie. Okay. You picked up an accessory. Items like these can be held by yourself or a teammate to gain effects while you wear them. To wear one, select it in the item menu and then select gift. Oh, okay. Gift. I'll wear it. Immune to poison and noxious poison? Wow. Select gift. Heckin' yip. Uh-oh. It's good against this, right? I think I need to use Tailwind here. Yip is super effective? Nice, we're so good. Uh-oh. I think I can change my tactics. I want you to intercept forwards actually. Yeah. Up. And then forward. Oh. Ow. Alright, got him. Oh. Wait, Lucky, wait, chill. Okay, no. Tactics, export together. Jackie? What is Jackie doing? Oh, Jackie's strong, holy shit.
Uh-oh. We found dead end. The sprites are also adorable and gonna melt. Oh, we got another one. How do I get that? How do I get Laggy Hessa? Or maybe I should like take give to Laggy. Passed over the entity. Oh, I can only take. Oh, it takes up space. I'll take it then. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, let's keep going. I need to be a little bit quick too because it's almost 2 PM. Your skills to deal more powerful attacks and apply status changes to yourself and the enemy. See a skill label with the red, blue, or green icon? That's the attribute the skill uses for damage. Check to see what attribute you are best at by going to the team menu and checking your summary. Yeah, Mizu is all speed. Power, speed, technical. Oh, Lucky is good stats though. Oh. Oh. Can I hit like this? Okay. What? Okay, we did it anyway. HP defense speed 211. Wow, I must have leveled up. HP 2, defense 1, power attack 1, technical attack 1. Holy, why does Lucky get so much more stat than I do? Uh-oh. Got him. I don't think I need to explore more. I mean, I only have one space, so... Oh. It's okay. I don't use tech attack. I don't use tech attack anyway. Nice. Holy owl! Alright, let's keep going. I forgot... Well, rather than saying I forgot, I actually don't know how many floors this one has. You can tell teammates how to act in the team menu by switching their tactic. Want your teammate to approach enemies for you? Try instead foes or keep a distance tactics. I think exploring together is like... fine now. Wait, that's the... What am I doing? That's the letter. Ooh. Owie! You alone have heal using item or find a safe spot to wait and heal. A and B on control to shift or shift and space at the same time to wait in place. We don't need that. I think I go for it now. This is really bad though. Another one. I don't want to engage. Okay. I might die here actually. Lucky, use your skills. Oh, thank god. HP power attack, speed attack 1-1. Nice! Oh, I got all 3 attack up. Holy shit. Lucky level 4. That's the gift of Kinship. How do you know about Kinship already? HP thunder resistance 1, HP 2, power attack 1, speed attack 1. Ooh. Dying already? Yalla! Hiya! So hot, I got hit by 2 monsters at once. Hi Dragon Colony. I'm doing pretty fine. I slept a lot today. Thunder Fren. Ooh, okay. Yeah, please use more tech seal. I don't have tech attack anyway. Let's keep going. This should be the last floor? Having trouble? Try the guidance menu under notes to learn some tips, and if in doubt, feel free to adjust your difficulty in the options menu to classic mode. There's no penalty for doing so. Oh, that's really nice. I'll still play standard. I like a little bit of difficulty. Unless it's too much, then... It's not all. I mean, I'm getting so lucky, so let's explore a little bit. Maybe there's something better than Antid Scarf here, I don't know. Wait, I'm almost out of scrap. Oh. How many? Oi. Oi, double crit. That's cool. Alright, that is a bad place to be. Yeah, I'm getting hit by 2 now. Oh, we survived that one. HP 2, defense 1, speed attack 1, evasion. Oh, ooh! I got water spray? Okay. Gift of Kinship. HP 2, defense 1, power attack 1, technical attack 1. You've learned your first elemental skill. Some monsters are weak to some elements. You can check your own elemental resistances in the team summary menu. When you hit a monster with an elemental skill, the color of the damage number represents how effective it is on them. Yellow, orange and red colors will tell you that element is effective to very effective. Blue and black colored numbers are the opposite. Turkey has water and has taken her TB Skittles. Nice taken, mama. Oh, I guess it's only Entid Scarf now. Oh. Sasuke can be used? Oh. Oh, I used up all of them. Oh. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, change. Oh, that's really bad. I shouldn't have changed. Okay, nice. I cannot see I can see Lucky's status. Okay. Okay, I cannot keep doing that. Yeah. Let's quickly go to the next floor. I thought we were just short water. Just water short range because got range. Yeah, I didn't want to hit Lucky. Lucky was in front of me. Okay, formation how? I think it hurts allies. Let me try. Let me try it on. Yeah, it hurts allies. I play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Nice, we got him. Imagine not watching Kobo impossible. Oh my god, thank you, Peter. 100, holy shit. Thank you. How many floors in the starter dungeon? It is a lot of floors for the starter dungeon now. I seen the AI use it to hit enemies past your main character before. I guess AI use it, it doesn't... It goes past, but if I use it, it hits. I know because I think I killed my... I think I accidentally killed my Charmander once in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Wait, I was No, I was Bulbasaur. And I killed... Who again? I think it was Charmander or someone else. I don't remember. No, it was Totodile. I killed Totodile. I was like, oh shit. Let's just proceed to the next one. Oh, we did it. We made it. Are you doing okay now, Tira? You really held your own in there. I was impressed. Yeah, I almost died multiple times. Hey, where's Dr. Malfestio? Did we accidentally run ahead? I hope they're okay. That's weird. Wow! I forgot how pretty this field was at night. Come look! Oh, that looks nice. That's the burrow. It's Guildmaster Mizu Terry? Is the Guildmaster Mizu as well? Wow. Exploration Guild. This world, it's completely different than I thought. Have I always been here? Or was I transported here somehow? Why can't I remember anything? Oh, sad Mizu. You see, I've been trying to join for a while now. But I keep getting rejected. And Guildmaster Misuteri doesn't think I'm ready. Oh, the sprite! But without an exploration guild, I have to explore by myself. It's really scary to think about. You're probably wondering why I want to be an explorer so badly. Well, Tira, can I show you something? As long as you promise you won't tell anyone though. Lucky there puts a lot of trust in me already. The least I could do is give some trust back. Awesome. Let me show you this then. Lucky Dog puts a strange rock on the ground in front of you. Oh. It's a rubble stone, or at least that's what I've been calling it. From what I can tell, it's just a piece of dragonite, but there's something different about it. Ooh, shiny. It sort of looks like a castle, doesn't it? Now that Lucky Duck mentions that, it does look sort of like a castle. A castle, or maybe a crown of some kind. Either way, it does look really unique. A piece of dragonite. I can't remember when I found that rock. I guess I've always held on to it, sort of like something to make me want to keep going. To keep pursuing my dreams of exploring the world. After all, there has to be more treasures out there we haven't found yet. I want to find out what this rubble stone is. It has to be important somehow, right? Well, if I want to find out, I'll have to be an explorer. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god. Hey, Tira? How do I put this? I want to try again. I want to try joining the exploration guild with you. Oh? You don't know where you are or how you got here, right? You said you were transformed into a monster. That you were once a human. Tira, I want to solve both of our mysteries and see the world. Can I ask a big favor? Oh, they broke up a whole dragonite to make this game? Dang. Hopefully it was just a Lego dragonite then. We never know. If you want, Tira, would you be willing to form an exploration team with me? Oh, what should I do? I wasn't expecting to be recruited to the guild out of the blue. It's true. I have no idea where I am, and barely what I'm doing. If Lucky Dirk thinks we could go out and find answers together, it might help me figure out how I got here and why. What should I do? Should I really join this monster in an exploration team? Oh my god, there's a say no? What do you mean there's a say no? Of course we're gonna form a team, hello? I don't have my heart. I don't have a heart to say no. Let's form a team. Oh, you mean it? You're the best, I promise I won't let you down. Oh, happy Lucky? I can't. I'm gonna melt. We'll be the best explorers around. Seeing Lucky Dirk this happy makes me happy too. I think we'll have a great time exploring this world together. If I can figure out what happened to me, then that would just make it all the better. Look out, world! Lucky Dirk and Tira are coming for your secrets. Oh. And roll credits? Wait, no. More Duck is so happy, I know. This game is so good. Does the game save now? I don't think so. And so, the two monsters form an exploration team. This decision would turn out to be the very first steps into a dark and fantastic world that awaited their arrival. These two would shine like a bright star together as partners, bound together by kinship. Oh, bound ale. Is that Itsuchi? Oh my god, it's Itsuchi. I understand, but Misuteri, we cannot accept everyone to the guild or we will never gather enough food to feed them all. Oh, are you Soulseer? Big Mizu? I think that's Soulseer, no? Wait, is it Soulseer that lost one eye? I don't remember. A full capacity or not, new recruits are what our guild needs to thrive. We will create new burrows and buildings shortly. Look at that. I'm so nervous. Tira, what if Guildmaster turns me down again? We can do it. Let's just do our best, I guess. Lucky Dirk and a friend. You remember my name? It was just earlier we spoke, and I do remember what I've been told. A newcomer? Hmm? My name is Guildmaster Misuteri. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? I heard Team Courage rescued you earlier, Tira. It is nice to finally meet you. Now, Tira, Lucky Dirk, I assume you've come in to join as team, then? You're going to let me join? You have a friend. The power of kinship was all I was looking for in you, Lucky Dirk. Are you ready to form your team? Totally. Tira and I were born ready. Well, Tira, there are a few rules you must follow, but I can see you're a wise Misu today, so I think you will get the hang of it quite quickly. Oh. That along with the unfortunate timing that my second-in-command happens to be absent tonight. I will assign you a tutor to help you both as you start. Oh my god, I can't read today. You'll be given free housing and food, but you mustn't shirk your work. Understood? Of course, Guildmaster Misuteri. Good. Then I will need a team name for both of you so you can officially join my guild. What will it be? I didn't think of that. Do you have any ideas, Tira? Well. Team Monsties? Nah. Team... oh shit. Team... Dirk... Team... Team Dirk Sims. Of course that has to be the name. I mean, what else could the name be, huh? We are team... we are Team Dirk Sims. Done. Complete? Yes. Team Dirk Sims, huh? I like that name. I think it fits us perfectly, Tira. Thank you. You're too kind, Lucky Dirk. A Team Dirk Sims it is then? I cannot. Team Dirk Sims, roll out. Good name, I know, right? Hi, Evie. I mean, it fits Tira, that's for sure. I know, right? I will mark it in all records. Brush to scroll. All done. Oh, it is Saucier. Congratulations. Whoa, where did that chest come from? Welcome to the Borrow, Team Dirks. I cannot read that without laughing. Team Dirk Sims. To get started, please accept this gift from me to you. It's an exploration kit. An exploration kit? That's right. It has some items inside that would come in handy. Please open it. Okay. Oh, check it out. What do we have? Ooh. Hi, Nina. And Kitty woke me up early. Oh, Kitty. Not chance to read that out loud. I'm scared, but at the same time I like it. I don't know how I feel about that. I've mixed feelings about it. There's all sorts of cool stuff in here. That glimmering stone on top is your kinship badge. It's your team's identification. It's really pretty. There's also a map of our world alongside explorer notes. Together that they can tell you about locales before you visit them. Wow. You're right, that is handy. There's also your very own treasure bags there. You can store items inside and bring them to and from the burrow. There's one for each of us, Tira, isn't that great? Hey, you and Lucky Dark equipped your new exploration gear. Now then, to find you a place to stay and a tutor. Oh. Mr. Yase, I see you're still here. Yase? Itsuchi? We have no room or place to put these new recruits, ma'am. And that is exactly why you'll be their new tutor. Nagida, Tira, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Yase. He will be giving you a place to stay for now and showing you the ropes. Mizuteri, you know I can't... It will be until we expand the burrow. You were a great team captain in your heyday. I'm sure this will be easy for you. Fine, I'll show them the ropes for now. This is great, thank you, cute master. And you too, Master Yase. Though he seems reluctant, maybe Master Yase can help Lucky Dirk and I find our footing. Don't mention it, Lucky Dirk. I'll show you two where you two can stay. Just follow me. Your smiles are golden. I'm sure they will light up the burrow. Have a good night, you two. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Lucky Dirk, so precious. Let's follow Master Yase here. Let's go then. Can I save now? Well, this is my house. It's not much, but I hope you like it. Give me a second to get the place ready for you. Is it 2? Oh my god, it's more than 2. I need to save! Gumbo gumbo. Do you need help, Master Yase? No, don't worry about me. Okay. Okay, I got everything ready for you. Come on in. I can't wait. After a quick tour of the small house, it was time for bed. Maybe it's time to save. In the loft, pillows were set up as beds for the new explorers. Oh. Tira, we got our own beds. Isn't that great? The guild usually gets up pretty early, so make sure to get plenty of sleep before your first day. Got it, Master Yase, we'll be ready. Alright then, see you tomorrow, Lucky Dirk, Tira. Story. Lucky Dirk is so cute, I know. Hey, Tira, are you still awake? Oh, look at the sprite. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Zen! Hello, Zen. Oh my god, welcome. Raiding you? I have been raided. Welcome. What are you playing? What are you playing? Alien? Cozy sprites, they're the best. Well, I don't know what Alien is, but I hope you had fun with it anyway. Also, welcome in Raiders, I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome! Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. And I hope stream went well too. This place is so much more comfortable than the cave. And everyone seems so friendly too. Are you nervous, Tira? I guess I'm sort of the opposite of nervous. I heard there's tons of other guilds out there, and plenty of places to explore. What I want most though is to find out the secret behind my rock. I was multiplaying Armor Core 6 with Basti and then switch over to Elin. Ooh! And it's like a combo of Kenshi and Rimworld with the visual style of an RPG mega game. Oh, I think I heard of Kenshi and Rimworld, even though I never played them before, but I've seen plenty of people play them. Well, I'm glad you had fun with stream. Heck yeah. Sounds silly when I say it like that. Anyway, I hope you're as excited as I am, Tiara. Thanks for today. Let's find out what happened to you too, okay? Good night. Game progress saved. Thank you! Now we can play RV there yet, I think. Misuteri's Exploration Guild. Let me just double check just in case. I think the save file of this game is saved in documents. No, it's not. Why is this so scary? Hello? Local... This one... Okay, we have save data now. So I guess I can just close the game. Well, I'll leave this for tomorrow. Tomorrow we play this for a little bit. I'm pretty sure this game will not last for a long time, so... The plan is tomorrow we play this until the end of the demo, and then we're gonna play Halo after. Yeah. Alright. Give me a second. Actually, I don't know what we're gonna play, to be honest. Alright, let me do... Boop. It's spooky time? I feel like it might be spooky. Lost to a Kobo because they had a sword and I was trying to fist fight them. Ooh. It's okay. I mean, a dragon should let Kobold win, no? Since Kobolds are so small. We are so small. Alright, give me a second. Really weird timing in this game. I was just yapping about and a bold friend about missing PMD. It was an EV Kobold. EV Kobold? Wow. Oh, evil. Oh, evil. Aha, I see. Alright. Are we continuing? You know, I should have discussed this earlier, but I didn't. And that one, of course, is on me. They attacked first, jumped me in the cave and stabbed me, not very polite. Oh. Oh. Mm. Alright, give me a second. Oh, it's Marmalade. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Brecky. Look at that. Hi, Zeus. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna change. Change this.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Whoa.
I can hear Zeus.
I hear Zeus too.
I just took apart and put back together my computer right now.
Well,
Good luck.
My 24 pin was not seated all the way,
oh.
so that might have been one of the issues.
So
Or my power supply.
play a PC breaking.
Yeah, that was my guess.
Hopefully
I could
not.
lose cable. I guess a loose pod.
But it was like 99% of the way in. I like pushed it a tiny bit and it clicked.
Okay, have
I
a
don't
have a
an
good
audience
luck,
on the
then.
stream.
Thank you for the raid again.
Yeah. Hope I did everything right. Oh, we got to do the thing, right?
Do the RV thing. We're gonna continue driving the car.
Yeah.
I think we were close to like the end of RV, or at least the first map? Question mark.
I meant we have to do the shared chat thing.
Oh yeah.
There is one more checkpoint and then the last stretch.
It's okay. Really, it's easy.
Close.
I mean,
Wait.
it took us 4 hours to get out of the last checkpoint.
I mean, it's
Surely
because
it's gonna be easy now.
yeah, because it was dark. That's why.
I knock on Tira's stream.
Okay, so
Except
I'm scared of connecting my stream deck. I don't know if this is what was happening, but when I had last time my computer crashed because of the power thing, I unplugged one of my stream decks, but that one has all my buttons on it.
oh,
But I don't know if I want to reconnect it.
I try to invite people. Hello, Blue Elephant. Congratulations on first.
I have to go over
think
to
I accepted.
Silver's stream. Canuck.
except. Oh, now it popped up something. Also, welcome in Mead Marmalade. Morning. Hope you're doing good.
Oh, invite guest.
Oh wait, Recky's not here. What?
How do I
Invite.
invite you?
What if I invite Brecky? Awaiting response. Zeus invited Brecky. Oh, that's. Oh, jank.
Are things happening?
I-
Okay. I guess I don't have to invite anyone.
I accepted Bracky's invitation, but nothing shows up.
I'm in one with Tilra.
Yeah. Let me try inviting. Oh no, Brecky is
Oh,
here.
Bracky's here.
Oh my
Sorry,
god,
not
Brecky.
smart enough. Hello, Casper. Hello, Cat.
And then I hit this button.
Chat. Oh,
Oh,
hello.
wow, we are sharing chat now. Holy crap. Wow. Amazing.
I haven't started the game yet.
Yeah, me too. Oh, what if I need to like do the shader thing again? Oh no. I'm just gonna start the game now.
Yeah, we have company over today. Playing a co-op game.
It's a secret, no
That's
one
fine.
knows.
Okay,
We
I'm
can
gonna try plugging in my
replace your
stream deck.
battery together.
Right, opening up the game now.
Oh yeah, I should
There's
open
a
the
lot
game.
of-
I think I was hosting.
Yes, you were hosting.
Oh, I need to be small.
Okay, this.
Oh, I don't need any like
Have a good
shader
look.
shader
Enjoy
compilation.
reading.
Right, apparently my game is ready.
I don't like having to choose between people. Why do I have to choose?
Choose between people. About what?
Osis is trying to pick an artist.
They both responded. not fair. Hello.
We're here.
I put you guys on my
looking?
screen.
Wow. Looking.
I don't like that this game doesn't have background audio.
Does it not?
No, it mutes whenever you alt tab.
Oh. Oh wait, you're right.
Invite friends.
Does this show? It doesn't show. Okay.
Heroes playing the game. And Zeus is not showing up. I'm sure you
already
can
in
just
your
join
game.
me.
I'm just gonna update this real quick. Okay, there we
Got
go.
a sword drawing on the BB screen. It's a very cute one.
Okay, I think I can close this now.
We are 5 miles away to the highway.
Close this
It's
thing.
65. Enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah, enjoy
your
breakfast.
marmalade.
meal. What's a marmalade
I hope
actually?
they have marmalade.
Is marmalade a
Oh, like
food?
sandwich.
Fruit preserve.
Oh,
Oh. Oh no.
wow.
Your hat was reset. No. I don't remember this game.
Oh, there's a
anymore.
fucking snake here. I forgot. I thought that was like a piece of scrap.
Oh, our car doesn't look that good actually. I wonder what happened.
Nothing. I'm gonna get the snake out of the way. Oh, no,
Right,
that's
change
not
hat.
the pen.
Why is change hat with mouse wheel? The game, my mouse wheel doesn't work. Oh my god. Well, I want to be bold. Okay.
That's one long danger noodle.
Nuggets can. What is this game? This game is about driving RV. And to
We were
victory.
camping,
Yeah.
and then the road was closed, so we had to take a detour.
Where's the snake?
I am making sure the snake is not interfering with our RV business.
Can I weld the snake?
No.
I have fire.
I don't think the
You will never
the
find out.
animals have health in this game. I think they're
Oh.
just immortal.
Is there another snake?
I don't see any.
Oh, that's the wielding thing. But I hope you can reset it.
3 dragons and an RV. Whoa, I've been promoted to dragon. Dragon that done terrible things to cars on the internet. Oh. I don't know anything about that. I'm innocent.
Oh god, there's a mixed
Oh, you're
taste
Hey!
here, hell yeah.
I'm repairing the RV from the inside.
It's okay. I'm trying to undo the tire. I
Oh,
mean, I'm trying to
no.
tighten the tire.
You need some motivation. I'll
Oh, do we have the Are We Your Way?
1 sec.
hello, Star Watcher. What were we up to?
I have
I
no
don't
idea.
remember how this game works anymore.
Yeah, I already
We were
forgot.
driving the RV. We got out of a cave last time.
I remember that. Do you have any... Oh, sure. Power drill.
Just don't drive the RV onto a casting couch. What's a casting couch?
Hello, Terry.
Terry sounds like a
That's
dragon.
full, that's full.
Alright, are we driving? Right, how do I drive? I'm going in. Oh my god, oh my
Careful.
god.
Oh, okay. Where are we?
Tira's bald again.
Yeah, I'm bald.
I think they just put that hat in the wrong spot.
It's okay. Bald is fine. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing, but I guess I'm driving.
We're driving.
Yeah, we're driving. This is fine.
Oh, did we pick up anything from there?
Nope.
Okay.
Where are we going?
Leave
Oh,
the
okay.
chair. Stand up.
You just jump out of your chair when you want to stand up.
Did anyone
Makes sense.
fly outside of the vehicle?
No, I made sure to build all the walls again.
Nice view.
I feel like I'm so not used to driving at the left side of the car. Feels weird.
Do you drive on the other side of the road?
I think they mean the seat.
Yeah, the seat.
I've never seen a seat on the right side.
I never see the seat on the left side.
Oh, wait, stop. What is going on here?
I kind of want to
Oh, we
drive
just
down.
go left.
No,
Okay.
no, we
Yeah,
don't.
it just looked like a cliff.
We go down.
Yeah, just go left. No, go forward and left.
No, we go down.
Or are we leaving Bracky?
Oh, we're leaving
can
break.
go
Bye
this
bye,
way.
breaky. Alright, I cannot see
See you
anything.
later. I always knew you just did that to get rid of me.
Alright, I'm going down. I don't know what
I
I'm
made it
looking at.
in.
I cannot see anything.
Left, left,
Alright.
left. Okay. Yeah, just follow this wall on your left.
Alright,
Stay with
okay.
it.
Do we need fifth gear for this?
Stop.
Oh.
Oh, just go. Okay, just go. Go.
Alright, okay.
Get down to that flat area.
What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, this is fine. I heard
Okay.
snake. I heard a lot of snakes actually.
I see.
Oh, they're on the wood.
If we throw stuff at them, they attack the stuff we throw.
That's what I've been doing the whole time. I'm gonna throw cold coffee at them.
Cold coffee? I want it.
No, we
This
needed
guy
to...
is such a tummy ache. It's fine. It's just driving a car.
Okay, let's see what we have to do.
Oh, schnook.
Huh?
Did we just go down?
We're gonna have to go through these rocks. I'm pretty sure.
Ah,
And then
crap.
up this.
Where's the coffee?
Oh, I see a wheel
Or-
down there.
Wait, how do we get over there?
I can throw winch poles at it.
Oh my god, having mud here is so diabolical.
I don't see a path.
I guess we have to make our own path, no?
Can we just go up the... At Burp?
I guess we drive. Ooh.
Oh! Oh no.
I just see a burp.
I hear bird.
Ow! Ow! I'm gonna fly!
Oh, bye bye, Breaky.
Ow! I'm dead.
Oh my god, why is there
I can't
bird?
believe Sri would do that to me.
Yeah, cannot believe it. Why, Sri? Why?
I want to see it.
The bird?
I want to see the burp.
Where's
I saw
Sri?
it attack you.
Yeah, I saw it attack you from a distance.
Yeah, it picks you up and it throws you down. You just wanted your sandwich.
Fair.
It's just awesome. Oh, I got the snake out of the way.
Do you think
I
driving
think
down
we
is...
go this way.
I feel like driving down is possible. Let me check.
Aye. There's more snake.
I don't.
What is...
This is
The
a
snake
strat.
is rolling down the hill?
I think we go down these rocks in the RV. Like we get up here,
Alright,
we go
well,
down these rocks. Can I?
The snake
Oh, we can
rolled down
plank.
where the tires are.
Oh, looks like going down has
I think
like
we go-
another road? Question mark.
This way?
Can you just drag the RV up the mountain?
No, actually I feel like driving down is fine. There's like a road here. Like I ran pretty far ahead and it's just a bunch of rocks, but I think we can drive through them. Wyvern Bird loves sandwiches. It's the Lord. Honestly, who doesn't love sandwiches?
It's like pizza. You can put on it whatever you want. So it's impossible not to like.
Yeah, I crave pizza actually. Why does pizza has to be expensive? Oh wait.
You can make it
Pizza's
yourself.
so
Pizza
cheap to
dough
make.
is like incredibly easy to make.
We pour tomato on top.
And then you just put tomato
I found a
sauce
new
on
cassette.
it and stuff.
I'm gonna take this
People who
cassette back.
complain about people putting pineapple on pizza are weird.
I don't get it. Pineapple on pizza is
Eat whatever
amazing.
you want.
Yeah.
It's none of my business to complain
The one I find
about
weird
that.
is French fries, and
Careful.
apparently that's common in the UK.
Yeah, it's like
French fries is weird to me because potatoes don't taste like much.
I'm driving the car down. I'm ready to cause carnage. Here we go.
Get it? Because it's a car.
Yep.
Wait, I found a cassette. I need to put the cassette in.
No.
I have the cassette.
Okay, put it in. I need that motivational speech.
How do I put it in?
Oh,
just left click. I hear something.
Oh,
I'm hearing it.
The Girl Who Cried Werewolf by Archibald Runt.
Archibald Runt.
Rosabella and Jacoby
I don't like
were out
pineapple on
playing in the
pizza,
field.
but I don't care
They
if
often
people
play
eat
together
it.
and have done so since
That's
they were
fair.
very little.
Right,
They
here we
would play all
go.
sorts of things like tag, hide and seek, and even baseball.
Even
On this
baseball.
particular day, Rosabella and
You wanna go
Jacoby
down
had
the
been
bottom?
playing from
Yeah.
dusk till dawn and had just wrapped
Okay.
up a round of hide and seek.
I don't want to play hide and seek anymore. You always find me too quickly.
Rosabella said,
See,
frustrated
this
at
is
Jacoby's
totally
ability
fine.
to sniff
Some
her out
fresh
in a
air.
matter of seconds.
Sorry, Rosabella, but your hiding spots are just too obvious.
Jacoby taunted.
Uh-oh, I
Rosabella
think the
turned
car
around
is a
and
little bit
stood
floor.
stuck.
But in doing so, noticed the moon was
Uh-oh.
out, and it was a full moon at that.
I couldn't
Wow,
drive
it's a full
anymore.
moon tonight.
Rosabella said.
It's really
put
pretty,
this-
but I guess it's late.
There.
We should go home now.
Help,
Rosabella turned back to
help.
Jacoby and was shocked at what she saw. Jacoby was covered in fur, had dark black eyes, and large fangs.
Fan.
Jacoby, you're a werewolf.
Cried Rosabella.
What's your
Oh,
plan to get
no.
over this
I
part
didn't
with the
want you to see me
RV?
like this.
Began
It's like
Jacoby.
around
I
the
had
Began
so
corner.
much
Jacoby.
fun playing today that I lost
There's
track
a
of
wall.
time. Can we still be friends?
Can you still be
Rosabella looked at
friends?
Jacoby and thought long and hard. She remembered all the fun memories the two had together. Picnics,
Whoa.
games, swimming in the lake. All of these memories were
I think I
It's
could
just gonna
drive.
look like it's
I
gonna
have
jank
one
out in a
question.
second.
began Rosabella.
Will you eat me?
Jacoby chortled.
No, I'm not like the other werewolves. I'm vegan. I would never eat you, Rosabella.
Wow,
Rosabella
vegan.
sighed in relief.
Oh, in that case, we can still be friends. But
Rosabella paused.
Rosabella
no more
Balls.
hide
I'll
and
put
seek.
one
The
here.
two laughed and began heading home.
Connect.
And they lived happily ever
I need to
after.
reset this.
We assume. No one has actually seen either of them since,
We
but
assume.
I'm sure they're fine.
We
The
assume it's
end.
crazy.
Moral of the story, friends stick together.
The end.
Forever.
Forever.
Allegedly.
I like that we just
Allegedly.
didn't listen to this while we used this
Ah.
all the winch stuff.
Wee! I'm driving the car
I
again.
dropped the controller.
You might want to be careful here. You might want to look at this.
But I
what-
feel like
getting up here, that looks possible. But then here, Oh,
I feel like
one
being
listens to
careful
me,
is
that's
not
fair.
in my book though.
Well, we already committed. We're already down here.
Watch this.
I guess so. Maybe you
Everything is
can
fine.
just switch over there, and that's just not how
Watch
the game
this,
works.
and then you're like parallel to the road, or not parallel, perpendicular to the road.
Look at this. Like, we're
Hi,
gonna fall
Ixen.
down here, and then there's just wall.
Oh my god, Tekam.
We have winch pulls.
Yeah,
Not
we have
a
winch
lot, but
pull.
we have them.
Guys, I'm stuck.
Yeah, that's something I can do. I can go back and get some of the winch posts that were up there. But Tira
No,
already
that's
drove
illegal.
away, so I didn't have time to put them into the car.
I put a couple of them in the car.
Help, 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 help.
I don't like this path.
I like this path.
It's fine.
Oh,
Let's
I
do
hope I
this.
don't get murdered by Bob again.
I can fix the car while I'm inside.
Oh yeah.
I'm so
Okay,
useful.
never mind. All the winch posts have been brought down.
Didn't know you had this? Yeah, I've been playing it with Bracky and Zeus.
Is there a winch pull in here?
I
think there's one on the roof.
It was a spontaneous thing.
might have flew away.
Okay.
Why didn't we go this way?
Because
Tira
rocks.
found this path.
I went around the mountain and there's just the easiest path ever here.
But rocks.
Look, I'm up here. Before it didn't see me.
I don't see Bracky.
I am to the path you're going up the mountain.
It's okay.
Yeah.
This path
I
is
don't
the
remember
superior
about
one.
this one.
We're down here now.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm looking at if there's any stuff here.
Prefer Nox big cup metal. She rocks too. Such a fun game. I love it. Yeah.
I found some winch posts. I'm gonna throw them down.
Okay. I'll continue driving then.
There's more coffee
need-
here.
Obviously, we need more light.
Wait, I need. Wait.
Oh, there's a
That's
hole
what I
here.
talked about.
Yes.
Are you there yet? I don't know.
No, it's
Wait,
fine. It's
Not there
fine.
yet.
I
Ooh,
need to
chicken
get out
nuggets.
of this. How do I
I'm
get
gonna
out
throw
of here?
chicken nuggets down.
I think my hand is in the car, but it's fine.
Okay, there. I got out. This here.
Yeah, see, we just need more lights.
There's a weird box up there. I want to know what that box is about.
Oh. Wow, Zeus Gaming.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm waiting.
I need to release the winches.
Release the car.
Okay, you're released.
I can drive
Uh,
again.
Hopefully.
Wee.
Let me close this door before you destroy it.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
But don't forget to pick up the chicken nuggets I threw down. That's very important.
Where's
I
the
don't know
chick?
where they're at.
I'm in the
I
car.
threw them down towards where you are.
Oh, I see chicken nuggets. But I don't have hands. I'm holding this. No!
Hands are overrated.
It worked.
Tira's destroying my RV.
No, I won't. I would never.
Look at the damage.
Oh, to remind you of the last time when we got to the checkpoint where we just goofed around.
I would never. See, the car is still intact, I think.
Okay, I assume you got the winch poles I threw down as well.
I found one.
I don't know where the other one is.
And we only have one scrap left.
It's
Okay,
plenty.
this seems like
That's
we're
plenty.
at a path.
You guys made it? I know, right? See? Easy, no problem.
Oh, I just got scared of a winch pole thinking it was a snake.
A winch snake.
Reverse jump scare.
There seems to be a lot of paths. Like in case you fall, I think there's like a lot of different paths that you can take at the bottom.
So why not we just take the path at the bottom immediately?
Because it's gonna do 3/4 of our health and damage.
It's fine. It's only a little bit of damage.
What if I drive away?
Oh,
Rocky's gonna finally drive.
Brecky driving.
I drove one time. I do something suggestive. Oh, that looks pretty suggestive.
I don't know what I'm doing actually.
I need to leave. No, I'm stuck.
No, come back.
Running away.
This is good ventilation. Look at this.
Yo, Mr. Mez. Thanks for the raid.
Ooh. Heck yeah, raid Brecky.
Thank you for raiding Bracky's channel.
Thank you.
Oh my god, Pokemon? Hell yeah. Pokemon nice.
The mess is very cool. It's someone I know from before I was a furry.
Ooh.
While Bracky was a normie.
Huge with the messed up raid message.
I cannot believe it.
Hello. Hope you had a good stream.
I'm going third gear. No, third gear. No, third gear. No, second gear. No,
It's right. You know, messed up raid message is fine. I've done it before. Zeus jumps out of the window.
The car is full of ventilation. Oh,
It's
I
so
don't.
I can be ventilated. So I can
Are
be.
you sure you wanna
What's
go
it called?
Alright.
Defenestrated.
Alright, what are we working with here?
Oh, there's a hole.
I like
There's a
hole.
hole.
I don't think this is a hole you want to go down in.
There's seems to be parkour. There's a snake. Watch out with that snake.
No.
There might be some scrap
Seems like we
metal
can go
down
up
there.
this way.
Looks safe enough, I think.
The end looks a bit tricky.
Ooh, it looks skinny.
I just bashed my elbow to heck. Oh my god. Take care of yourself, Daisy.
I don't think we
I'll
can
track your
go.
mama.
I think we need planks for this. We need to set planks for that, or else we're just gonna crash into it.
We can use winch.
There's planks up here if we can somehow get up there.
Yeah, if you go over here, Brecky,
I was
you see where
gonna
I'm pointing?
try to climb on the RV.
You can
I'm
go
coming
this
back.
way, and then go this way.
Where are you? Oh,
I found
was walking.
You see
scrap.
where I'm pointing? There's a snake right there. Watch out.
Yeah, I walked this way already.
Oh, there's a winch pull over here. And there's a wheel, and there's more planks.
I found
then
coffee.
There's this. I want these winch pulls. I'm gonna put them in the RV.
I'm smoking.
Oh, I found metal scraps.
Oh, I think I'm stuck.
How stuck are you? On a scale of 1 to 10.
Pretty stuck.
I need to find Zeus.
I don't know where Zeus went.
I have no idea.
Where those? You know where
We
that wheel
just-
is?
Uh-huh.
I don't.
There's like, if you go up the path, there's like a wheel and a plank.
I'm looking at the wheel and the plank, I think. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a hole next to it.
Oh. Hi.
you reach-
I wanna look at Zeus too.
I don't want to get stuck too. Oh wait.
Can you
We
use the
could
plank?
maybe
Oh, use the plank.
plank.
Oh my god, huge brain. Oh, there goes the. That
Well,
works, I think.
And I can,
Can you get me?
I can.
Thank you.
but I can get the other ball out.
What if I just take the plank?
Why is this? Why is the ground so jiggly?
I don't know. This
don't
feels
know.
like a. This mud feels like a living mud.
Let me get the...
Wait, does
Fine.
it move if does it move with weight? Okay.
Up.
It
Goodbye.
goes down when you stand on it,
Oh, wait, it
and it
does.
goes up when you're not standing on it.
But then it goes up to an extent and it just stops.
Yeah.
It looks like it's supposed to be quicksand and just prank us. Can
Feels
you
like
take
it.
one of these? Can you take the winch pole? And
I have one of the winch pulls.
Do I throw it down here?
no.
No, but I like throwing things into a hole. I'm a kobold.
I brought some planks.
Okay, I threw these away last time, and I don't want them.
Dragon elbow, okay, but step a key off the door. Oh no! Maybe it's time to visit a locksmith now.
Where's the
I
winch
I
pull?
want to see the burp again.
yeah,
Look at it.
it was so funny looking for a fire. The burp just.
Can you throw the winch pull at me?
Where is you? Oh,
I'm okay.
I gotta check it out on your vault later.
yeah, it looks amazing. It's not like the burp throws you down. It picks you up, and then that's it.
Well, it picks me up and then drops me.
Birds actually do that in real life, or some birds.
I know.
I don't remember what it was.
Are there birds that strong in real life?
Birds are
Birds get
really
really
strong
big.
in real life. Good jade.
Yeah, look
Eagles
at
are
Jade.
huge.
Jade
Vultures
huge.
are huge.
Vultures?
Vultures are
Yeah, they're
huge too,
big.
but they don't hunt.
Oh,
Vultures are scavengers.
What am I looking for? Oh yeah, repair
Uh-huh.
hammer.
how did I manage to
Oh, we
get
can repair a
myself
little bit.
stuck? I'm stuck. Oh, I'm not stuck anymore. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a type of eagle that hunts goats, and it just pulls them off the mountain and throws them off.
Eh, eh, eh. Wait, wait. No, no.
Sorry,
Ow.
I hammered you.
Ow. I'm smoking the funny green moss. They've been known to throw small kids. Oh, oh. That's kind of scary, but also kind of cool.
I don't know what we're doing.
I'm flipping the car for no reason.
Alright, let me go this way. I see. Sorry for touching the wooden plank. It immediately had a...
I believe in Zeus. Or Brecky. I don't know who's driving.
It's all of us.
Yeah, I tried to walk up this plank and the plank decided to go crazy again. Does this fit? It seems too narrow.
It feels a little bit narrow, yeah. I mean, RV is thick. The wheels just go outside
No
of the planks.
Can I? No.
I'm
Are you
stuck in the
fine?
plank. Yo.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, no
That's
problem.
why I
can't see
don't
anything.
drive.
It's fine. You did it. You're amazing.
Well, I can't see forward.
Well,
Well, there's this hole here.
I guess you have to.
You want to get
how do
past
I get
me.
out?
If you
Exit
hit me,
vehicle?
you probably fall down.
You have to go
Is
this
this a
way.
bad hole? That's
Yeah,
a
the
good
bad
hole.
hole. The bad hole.
That's a good hole. We can.
You
we can
know
go
that
this
hole.
I mean, I guess we can winch it out still. So.
That's probably gonna break.
Wee.
Oh no.
It's perfect. Oh
Can you reach the front winch?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's easy then. Now we just get one of the winch pulls that's up at the top.
Don't
Now
we-
we can use this tree over here, maybe.
Oh, we can use this wood over here too.
Wasn't there like a
put
ramp
it
that
to
we
the
can
tree.
use?
You don't
Oh,
need
I
the
prefer
winch
to
pole.
use. Yeah, I prefer we use this plank over here.
Well, then you use that.
Oh, we're already on the tree.
There's 2 ramps here.
moving.
We might be able to use them.
I'm sorry.
I dropped those. I don't like the ramps.
Or over here, maybe we could use them? Question mark.
Anything cool up here?
Cozy
thanks.
wing
Is there?
hugs.
No.
Mm.
Yeah, I had thrown those away.
Like if I
They're
put
annoying to me.
Scrap.
okay, maybe ramp doesn't woo. That
We
worked.
did it.
That was perfect. Perfect execution. Ooh, I feel like driving this one is kind of fun.
Do you want to drive it?
I want to drive it.
So wide.
And then after this, it's kind of easy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not even. They're like different heights.
So Brecky can drive the next section.
I want to drive.
Yeah. Oh, Brecky can try this one.
No.
I believe in you, Bracky.
We believe in you, Brecky.
Well, if we start from checkpoint, it's your fault.
It's okay.
No, it's yours.
Yeah.
You're the one driving.
Because Brecky's driving.
What is my character doing? I've
Yeah.
been playing tic-tac-toe the entire time. That's not tic-tac-toe. That's the wrong word. Drive. Toggle engine, maybe?
No, it was already on. You need to remove the parking brake.
P.
And get to gear 1.
Space is your regular brake.
Alright. We believe in Brecky.
I don't know how to slow down, by the way.
Hit space
Yeah.
or hold space, and that's your brake.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Yeah. Schmuck.
Oh,
It says left click is honk horn, but it doesn't make a sound for me.
It does.
it
I
is
hear it.
making a honk. Okay.
I feel like I'm in a bad angle for this.
You can always turn. Just go forward and turn slowly.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh. Oh, you.
Yeah, keep turning, keep turning, keep turning. Right
I'm
or
trying.
left.
Here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, turn more, turn more. Oh,
Everything is
holding that.
fine. It's
I
okay.
think
We
we're gonna
can.
have to winch it.
Yeah, we have to. We can winch
Toggle
it.
pog.
It's totally
Um,
fine. Do we need the back winch?
I'm gonna need your help. I want the back winch.
Yeah, I can go grab the
Bracky, I
back
need you-
winch.
Oh wait.
You can go into
Um,
the chair.
All right, I can grab the back
Oh, I
back
can go
winch.
into I can. Yeah. I'd say put it. Oh, we can't. Put it on this plank right here.
All right.
Can you throw me in?
Yeah, sure.
What do I do?
Eh.
Nothing? I can
Okay,
do
I can
nothing.
grab you. How do I grab you? It's just there we go.
I've been grabbed.
Oops,
Wait.
I pressed forward.
I think that worked. Question mark? Did that work?
I don't know what's going to happen.
It's okay. We believe in Bracky still.
No. That's the last time you made that mistake. I press forward. I can't move. Oh, I'm moving.
Oh.
Maybe it's just gonna drive up at the end.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna work. This is perfect.
Hello, Wolfen. Thanks for the biddy.
Hey,
And the watch streak.
Jim.
Okay. I need to remove the
You need
winch.
Some height.
I have the winch controller. Do you want me to pull the back one
Yeah.
or the front one?
No. I'm gonna put it in a different spot.
All right.
Should I toggle parking?
You can. At this point, it's not driving anymore. It's just winching. I need. Okay.
It should be driving.
Oh, poor Finn
No,
is
none of the
doing
wheels
well.
are touching.
It's fine.
All the wheels are hovering.
Should I
Okay,
put
you
on
can-
some background music?
Sure.
You can pull the front
Alright, I'll pull the front.
winch.
Pulling. Whoa,
Oh,
whoa!
we made it.
We did it.
Not even close.
Easy. Yeah, no problem.
The
Oh,
RV's
like-
almost gonna explode.
It's okay.
Nah, we're fine.
The most
There's gonna be a
important-
bear around the corner. It's gonna slap it once and explode.
The car just flew over. Easy.
I'm actually gonna check for bears. That sounds like a good idea.
Do we have a bear spray?
There should be
Sure.
bear spray in there.
Oh,
Also,
nice.
all the bears are scripted, and they always give us a bear spray beforehand. So
Oh.
we're not gonna see one until we see a bear spray.
Oh,
Or
I
maybe
see.
we
it.
just missed the bear spray.
Yeah. It's possible.
We did another Akira slide.
Hi, Jameson. Oh my god, Tekken. I'm gonna moist myself real quick.
Moist.
One second.
Ooh, there's a cave here.
Cave.
No, it's not really a cave. It's
Aw.
just a little overhang.
Oh.
There's nothing in here. I'm sad.
I guess we go through these planks here.
Where is here? I don't.
Oh wait, no, we came from that plank. I'm stupid actually. Don't listen to me.
Yeah.
Oh, there's bugged out water again. Nice.
Okay, let's see. How do I get out of this?
Okay, there's just nothing here.
I think we just drive here now. To your right.
Come on back.
See if we can turn until the car looks at me, question mark.
Run you over?
Run me over. It works. Eh. Oh, if you jump, I'm immune to being run over.
Okay, bye.
Oh,
No! Car.
Wait, I got him.
you pull it. Pull it.
Oh, did you?
Whoa. That's a strong ass winch, holy shit. What happened? Why did I flew off?
Oh no!
I suddenly flew like 10 miles away. Help.
I stopped the wind.
Are you in the
Now
sky?
please.
No, I'm not in the
This
sky,
looks
but
safe. I'm gonna look at your stream then.
what happened to
This
the
wind
wind?
is really long.
Oh no. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh, the winch is fixed. It's just
Okay, no,
going
no,
through
it's stuck.
trees.
It keeps getting stuck on trees. Oh,
I'm not
next
winched.
tree,
I'm just moving.
It's okay. I mean, the winch has no limit apparently.
I'm gonna
I'll
try
stop.
to grab it.
Can we grab it? It's so high up. He just
had to
keeps
reset it.
spinning inside.
It's like zooms back and then it just gets tangled up on trees.
Oh. No more winch action.
Perfect. I wish I could lay in this bed.
Yeah, it would be nice. Can we swim?
It's weird. Swimming is weird. Oh, so where are you, Tora?
Ah. I think I know what you mean by weird, yeah.
Are
We
you
don't-
in the lake?
We don't swim, we walk underwater.
Did I see bird shadow?
Hey.
Maybe I'm going crazy.
Oh, what? I saw
Wait,
your name's
you're
right here.
invisible for me.
Oh, do you not? Oh, am I bugged out on your end?
You're invisible.
Yeah, you're invisible.
I think it could be because I hold the winch and then I flew away. I think that's when I started having jank.
You
I mean,
got
as long as you're
superpowers.
still able to play, I guess. You'll
I-
just be invisible, and we
Yeah.
can
You
pick
pick
you
stuff
up.
up.
Oh, can you pick me up?
Not, we can't pick you up. Okay, we can keep going.
What if I sit on
I
the
want
toilet
Kira to
though?
drive the car. So it looks
Oh,
like no one is driving.
it's a ghost car. Let me drive.
We see your name. That's the only
Oh, you're
thing
back.
we see.
Oh, you're dead.
What do you mean I'm dead?
No, Kira's still invisible for me.
Oh, there's a dead body here.
Just keep driving. It's funny.
But I'm alive though.
Yeah, you're ragdolling on my screen.
Oh my god. Well, I don't know what's going on, but it's perfectly fine on my
Oh, I
end.
wanna look at your screen. Oh my god, that looks hilarious.
I want to look at it too. I'm looking. I need to go find it. Wait, no. Oh shit. How do I put on a new tab?
There's just no one for me. I can
Wait, try
Wait,
smoking.
can I?
Try smoking?
No, I
Okay.
can't sit down, but I can stand here.
I'm
Oh,
smoking.
the cigarette moves to your finger and then it teleports back.
What if I throw it away?
I can stand here. No problem.
New window. All right, I need to look at myself ragdolling. If my PC could work. Okay, there we go.
This looks like a very straight line. I'm assuming that it's gonna reach like a cliffside that we're gonna have to climb.
Yeah, it feels like the next part is going to be like scary, maybe. Winch
There's
bug the
nothing.
Kobo. How do I look like?
This looks a bit too easy.
Right? It's just straight line. I'm actually just ragdolling.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's go. All right, here we go. Ah. This is fine. I'm just gonna do a zigzag here.
You're
All
just ragdolling.
I thought you were gonna try to drive over me.
I could. All right, what am I looking at here?
There's a path to the right, and I think to the left. Oh, we can look at the map. Let's look at the map.
No, we don't need map.
Where are we?
Oh, that's what I
Where-
wanted to do. I forgot.
I'm stuck.
Oh, that's the beginning. Wait, where are we?
I'm stuck.
Are we?
Oh, we have to. Oh, we're stuck.
I'm stuck.
Let's see. Oh yeah, the
Excuse
back
me.
wheels are sort of floating. Is there
Are they
anything I
flying?
could winch onto? We could probably push
Those
it.
triangles that you threw away.
Yeah, try pushing it.
We don't need them.
Yeah, that worked. I'm going to the
Oh.
right, I guess.
Yeah, we have to go to the right, but it looks like there's. Oh, this is just a rock.
It's a rock.
Is this the route that caved in? Maybe.
I have no idea. I'm just gonna keep
Wait,
driving.
let me get back.
No.
I look at
Oh.
the map while you're looking.
Wait, I forgot. Does Brecky wanna drive?
No.
No.
This is an easy part. It's just a straight line.
Yeah.
You want to look at the map? I can put it back.
I super.
Oh,
Oh.
that
We're
looks like a
near the
small
bottom
path.
right. And we're at the bottom of the map.
Oh yeah,
Near
there's
the middle, right?
campsite. Doesn't show us though, right?
Yeah, it does. Oh, Bracky's flying away. Bracky, bye.
Bye bye, Brecky.
What?
Alright, I'll wait for Brecky. Do I wait for Brecky though?
Where'd Bracky go?
I don't know.
I
Oh,
cheated.
whoa! Brecky flew.
Let's
flew.
drive. Dang it.
Yeah, it's near the bottom middle. If you just follow the red line. Okay, let's look at this.
That cold drinks. Cold drinks. I won.
Oh, this is a little town.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
so you ran me over.
It's okay. I'm sure Zeus is very
like that.
durable. Alright, let's park here
Here.
for a bit. In the middle of the road.
This looks like a gas station with unrendered gas pump.
Unrendered? Oh wow, it's just a square.
Yeah, this looks like it's unrendered.
What happened, I wonder? Oh!
Oh, this looks weird.
I found a good
Coffee.
thing.
Oh, there's a statue over there.
Is this
Okay.
a supermarket?
It looks like a gas station and a
Ooh.
supermarket.
Yeah. I guess they wanted to make it look modern, but they just made it look weird.
Is that modern?
Maybe?
This feels lazy.
It looks like it's not loaded.
Oh yeah, that could be it too. I can walk through everything here. Are we not? Are we like not supposed to be here?
Who put Jack's power pole in here? We can't get it to the OV anymore.
Not me. I didn't do it.
Oh, there's a garage over here. We
Oh,
can fix our RV.
do we need to fix our RV though?
I mean, if you want to.
I have antidote.
We can take the roof entrance.
Brecky, I have antidote. Oh.
I found a new hat.
You're still invisible for me. Can you pick me up?
Oh.
Oh, my game crashed.
Oh no.
Oh,
I picked up Brecky and Brecky is gone. Well,
Oh, wait. Am I? Are you dead too?
I don't know what
like a
happened.
Brekkie stream.
Well, the game can't be crashed if you're still playing. But I'm like frozen in midair.
Oh my god.
Okay, I can escape.
Oh, we didn't make it to the checkpoint. Wait,
Oh
the
no.
checkpoint's right here.
Oh,
Can
it's
you
a-
pick me up again and just drag me over there?
I
well,
don't know where you are.
where's Brecky?
Oh, you walked right through me.
Wait, I'm gonna-
Never mind.
I'm gonna try
Brecky's
and move the RV
invisible.
over there.
Oh, I am now the
Oh, no,
SCP.
you're driving away.
I
see
have
it
burger.
invisible Tura's name flying away.
I burger pack. I burger.
Hell, can I kill myself?
Okay,
In gaming game.
did you get a message saying it saved?
It did save, yeah. Checkpoint reached.
Oh, I didn't see
Okay.
it.
Okay, I can click restart from checkpoint.
Hopefully that
Oh,
works.
Yep.
I think Brecky is somewhere around
I
here.
saw the thing you threw.
Yeah. Is Brecky here? I can smoke.
I see your name, yeah.
Can
Are you
you
looking at my stream?
No. I was, but not
Okay.
anymore.
Can you go forward?
Can you smoke?
It's difficult because you're also invisible. Forward, to your left, maybe. Forward. Forward. Now he's standing right in front of me.
Oh, nice. I'm smoking. I'm smoking in front of Brecky.
Can I smoke? No, I can't do anything anymore.
Oh, I see Zeus here. Brecky
This is
should
also right in front of me.
be here, I think.
You really just see nothing.
There's nothing
No,
on
you're
my
not there.
screen.
I see Toro's name.
Okay, we already saved, right? What if I pick up Zeus? Do you dare? I'm an SCP now. I can just I can just chase you down.
Let's see what happens to Zeus.
No, why is Zeus faster than I am?
He smoked.
I'm gonna smoke too.
This is- Well, I'm gonna have to restart from checkpoint.
But I want to pick
Yeah,
up
but
Zeus.
I did reach the next checkpoint.
Yeah.
I want to pick up Zeus and see what happens.
It's just gone.
Zeus just jump off. Wait.
I don't
Maybe now,
know.
maybe now I can pick up Zeus. All right, I can pick up.
Restart from checkpoint.
Oh, I didn't.
I pick up. I pick up Zeus. Zeus just fucking pulled. All the polygon pulled.
Oh, we're here. I want to see if
Okay,
the
3 miles.
shopping, if the store is still like that, or if it was just a glitch because of Tiora.
Club Warrior. Where did we come from?
I have no idea.
From behind the RV. Yeah, this store still looks like this.
Oh, I want to become the SCP again.
Oh, all the scrap respawned that I picked
Nice.
up.
But our
Now we
condo
can
got
cheat.
reset, I assume. How's RV? We just broke the game.
Yeah. Uh, I love. I don't know how I became a SCP, but that was so cool.
One of us turned invisible somehow, and then they picked me up and my game froze. It's a weird order of events.
Yeah.
What is this? Can I not pick stuff up now? Oh, this. Okay, I found it.
Oh, the RV's dying.
Oh no,
I didn't do it.
seems reasonable. There's nothing in here.
Some of these do have stuff, but I'm going around picking stuff up.
What?
Oh, maybe that's why there's nothing.
What if I crash the car? What's gonna happen?
I'm gonna restart from the checkpoint.
I mean, it's totally fine,
And
right?
we're gonna have to pick up all this stuff again.
I have the urge. I have the urge
Oh, there's a
to
motor
explode the
repair.
car.
Your
Yeah, they
best
don't have a
friend
use.
is back.
Okay, I won.
I found a new hat if you want this new hat.
New hat?
I would like to see a new hat.
It's in the little town. There's like a house at the very end of it.
Alright, I'll fix the car.
I hear a snake. Are you a snake? You are a snake.
Is snake
I don't know where you
cool?
are. Field there? Probably.
There's 3 rows of houses. It's in the middle row. At the last house.
There's burger patties. There's coffee. There's another oil drum. Oh, this one can't be picked up.
Oh, fixing a frame feels so easy. You just weld the same place and it's all fixed.
Yeah. That's how you do it in real life too. You just weld one single spot.
Yeah, and the entire car is gonna get fixed.
Okay, we don't need this much beer.
Wait, can I drink all of them?
If you want to.
Drink the motor
Oh, we have
oil.
another spot. Oh, okay. Oh, we can also put the beer in the cup holders.
Oh,
We don't need coffee at all.
There's a winch pole here.
Stuff in the cup holder stays there forever. That's fine.
Bunch of oil drums here. Spot
Yeah, there's no oil drums don't do anything.
I kinda don't want to fix the
Oh, I
car
found
for...
it. Oh, hell yeah.
They're giving us a lot of lotion, which makes me think that they're gonna make us burn.
It's fine. It's just a little bit of a flesh wound, I think.
Oh, I found the snake.
No, ventilation.
We also need to like stay in the car if we crash.
But air good.
And it also stops the damage.
Oh, burger. Do we need to eat burger?
I don't.
Found Sue's best friend again.
Oh,
Oh, you found a hat.
whoa. Both. Oh my god, it's pink. Oh, purple
But
actually.
you can discover it too.
I want it, I want it.
I don't know what
You need to
discovering
get another
does.
hat so I can switch.
There's a baseball hat too in one of the
Yeah.
houses.
Wait, I have to switch.
I switched.
There you go.
Yay. I found the best hat.
You can have it.
Thank you. Oh, why is there a snake inside the house?
There's also a snake in the other house. This is the house where the
I feel like fire here would be so fun. If only they explode too. I'm trying to search for loot here.
I already
Yeah.
got most of it.
if you want to bring something home.
I found burger.
I also found burger.
Oh my god, burger.
We should make some burgers. Just
Over
for
here,
fun.
wait, over here has a disposable grill. We can just make burger here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the store?
Yeah, we're
In the-
growing in the supermarket. We have
Mo-
beer, we have drugs and burgers.
Oh, it also gives us a lot of antidote. We should take some of the antidote.
Can you put the disposable grill on top of the power pole?
Who's cooking cocaine?
Ooh. I'm gonna cook beer.
90G burger. I'm eating the tasty burger. Hello, Jim.
Ooh. Tasty burger. And I'm eating the tasty burger.
Just litter all over the place here.
An okay burger.
I like burger.
Just needs more time.
I put the pack D right on the burger. Absolute taste.
Absolute taste. I have the classic burger. Oh,
I wanted to activate it. I didn't even activate it. That's what you got. Pure taste.
did we cook
Soft
all the burger here?
Who wants the squimshy burger?
Soft burger.
There's
Oh
a
my god.
classic burger.
Classic. I'm eating the classic burger.
I want the
There's
soft.
another one. There is Johnny, and there is Tasty Burger.
I'm gonna
eating
eat all of
Johnny.
them. I'm eating all of them.
Eating absolute taste.
I can walk through the wall here,
What?
but
Holy
only
shit.
one way.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
No. This wall doesn't exist.
Makes it feel
Yeah,
a
this
bit
looks
more
unfinished. I'm taking one of the antidotes to the RV.
I'm cooking more burger, I guess.
I already cooked them all.
Oh.
We're done here. Party's over.
Oh. I wanna cook burger. Oh, I'm gonna get the Jack Power Paw.
What are these? They're pointing at each other. Where do I stand in the middle? Congrats on the poll of the hour.
Whoa.
Another one over here.
I have that
Oh, no.
thing.
Only a burger, not even good.
No, ads are coming.
I had absolute taste.
That
That's the one I ate.
That's how gravity works, right? I think.
What is?
We don't have space for this antidote.
Apparently, I can
Yeah,
just
I'd say
put.
get rid of the fire extinguisher. I don't think we're gonna need it anymore.
I think I like that.
What about the flare?
I don't think we need those either. We can get rid of those. I'm
Can you
pretty
take
sure.
out the flare? Yo,
I
Rez!
did.
Thanks for the raid.
Ooh, heck yeah, Ray Brecky.
Hello Terry, hello Maya. Triforce Get. Did you win the randomizer? Nice.
I got
kinda
the
want to
power
do the
pole.
randomizer.
You have a lot of garbage.
Nice.
Hello VP. Hello Reyes. Hope you had a good
Wait,
rest
let me
of your
smoke a
stream.
beer.
Thank you, thank you.
Are you ready to go?
I think we're ready to go.
I'm so ready. Oh, this is not janky at all. I'm flying.
Yeah, this is fine.
This is the last checkpoint. So from here we would have to finish the game.
Oh, we so got this.
Oh my
dude.
god, standing on the motor oil is crazy.
I won.
Or
Yeah, the
driving.
motor oil barrel doesn't have a use. I thought it did.
Oh my god, I
it
clipped
didn't.
out.
It doesn't.
I'm fine,
I can stand
on
the
top.
motor oil.
You're on top? Okay.
Yeah, we had some crazy stuff happen. Just before you raided, we somehow bugged out the game and Tura became invisible. And then Tura tried to pick me up and my game froze.
Oh, I clipped up too. Whoa. Did I die?
There's some wild stuff happening in this game.
I think
I see someone roll down the hill.
I think I saw the skybox for a split second.
Oh no, are you invisible again?
I don't know.
Tura's invisible.
Oh no. No, you're fine.
Okay.
Oh,
He was
Oh.
her
pissed.
name was here.
I wanted to become SCP
Yeah, it just
again.
disappeared and then it was fine.
If I become invisible. Oh, I gripped the wrong thing.
We don't need it.
But I want it.
We need it. I'm
Let's
gonna
go.
put it into the bathroom.
I need to clip it out. That one.
Oh, there's green water over here.
Whoa! I just clip out the bathroom.
I should become a game tester.
Right?
Oh, we're in a swamp now. I think we have swamp colors in the air.
Oh.
Maybe we should.
Maybe that's why we need the antidote.
Just jump into the water.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, Brekkie.
Hi, Ash. Welcome, Kobo friend.
I was 100% convinced that you're just gonna throw me down there since we just got a checkpoint.
I didn't even know we
We'd
got
have
the
to pick up all the
checkpoint.
stuff again. Yeah, when we
Oh,
got to
that's
the
fair.
repair station.
I think the moss water looks tasty.
Oh, there's a house over there.
Oh,
Oh, there's also a bridge that's not completed.
I was just about to say that.
the game looks very
Nah.
green now.
I like green.
Green's good.
Yeah, thanks again for the raid. We need to do some winding down stuff. Won't stop.
This place looks easy enough, I feel like.
Until we get a snake and a bear at the same time.
It's fine. See that the road looks flat. It's totally fine. The moss looks tasty. It's very
This is
Kobo
very
coated.
bumpy.
Oh, there's something down there.
Whoa!
Oh,
I'm
Are
in
you
the
okay?
car. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I'm saved.
It's one of these janky things again.
Oh.
Do we have jank?
Oh.
What is that?
Oh, that's what I thought was a house where you're at. It looks like a house from far away.
Oh,
It could have been a house in the past.
what does a crank do?
I was totally expecting there to be like 5 snakes down here.
Oh, wow.
It looks like there's stuff over here. There's scrap.
Why can't we just bring the RV down?
It doesn't drive in water.
I guess that's fair.
Am I drowning?
I don't think you can drown.
I have no idea. This game doesn't water. This game doesn't water.
Whole bunch of nothing here. Ooh, there's the other side.
The game being stingy. I want loot. Witchy looking ass one? Ass.
Ass.
Ass. I mean, this one should be simple and should be simple enough.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I wonder
yeah.
if I can winch it or if winching it's gonna be a bad idea.
I think you winch it and then I'll go down and crank the crank and then the wooden platform is gonna go forward. Yeah, the crank moves the
Yeah,
bridge.
Hopefully it works. We tried doing that with the boat that one time and then it
Yeah, this
didn't work.
reminds me awfully of the boat, and I assume it's gonna be incredibly janky.
It's fine. This is RV there yet. Everything is gonna work flawlessly, I'm pretty sure.
Everything is going to be incredibly janky.
I'm so excited. Alright, looks good on my end. I'm pulling the crank. I'm cranking the crank. I think you need to drive forward.
Oh
Oh,
god, I
look.
can see it from
Okay.
the distance. If this just works.
Yeah, and then
Guess.
see? Look at that, it works.
Don't stop cranking though.
Is it there?
Yeah,
Do I keep-
I
what do you
think I think it's there now.
Just keep cranking.
I'm cranking it.
Keep cranking it up.
I'm so tempted to just
Okay.
stop cranking.
It seems like this road connects to that end of the path that you guys are on.
I haven't seen what's over there yet.
It's a whole bunch of nothing here.
What is this? Oh my god, I found Nagi. Guys, I found Nagi. I'm sure this is how grass works, don't worry about it.
Hello.
I found Nagi, look.
Yeah.
Found
don't know where we
something?
would put
That's
it.
crazy.
Oh, we don't
There's
use
so
this
many
phrase
heavy
anymore.
pans.
Throw it away. Heavy pans are good.
This place looks fine. I mean, the RV can just drive through the swamp.
Do we have to go this way?
This is where the road goes.
This
Oh,
looks
cool.
fine to me.
You're gonna boop the kobold.
Boop the couple. Boop. I like being. Oh wait,
Do you
no.
want to get inside?
That thing looks weird because I forgot to like.
I was trying to get inside. I can take my way again.
I can take it.
Oh.
I'm a couple. See, do.
Oh my god. I'm gonna throw all the garbage in the bathroom. Oh no, I fell out again. That's fine, I'm standing on the winch.
It's okay.
How are
Everything
you
is fine.
falling through?
How
How are you falling?
That doesn't make sense. Gravity is not gravitying.
Did you fly to the skybox? Oh no. Oh.
No, like.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. It has 3 points.
But why is this one flying?
Because
I wanna put
it's
everything
uneven.
into the bathroom before we start driving. That would be fun.
Okay.
I don't mind penning the Dereks too, being a Kobo. Being a Kobo is
To the
great.
bathroom. Oh, that's great start.
Do we want to keep going? I want to keep going. I like driving the car.
I think we can keep going, yeah.
There's a door that opened in my way. Why are you putting the empty beer in there?
So it janks out.
We need as much things in the RV as possible.
I put it all into the bathroom.
Nice.
All the loose stuff. Oh, okay. It's not as janky as I hope. I'm surfing.
Maybe you need to stand on top of
I'm out
them.
again. Just keep going. Oh, hello.
That doesn't look right. Oh, hey, that worked. I'm being picked up. Hi.
This is a warning sign. What's the warning sign say? It's just
Is there a warning sign? It's just an exclamation
here?
mark. I mean,
Warning.
I'm an
Dangerous storm
independent
ahead.
Kobo. I don't need no dirt. Boom, boom, boom. I'm not an independent bold. I need dragons.
Just have to follow the path, right?
Wait, the water works
yeah,
now.
but we
fell
have
down.
to. I think someone needs to be up here and tell us what to do. I don't think we can see the path from down there.
I'm bad at speaking. I'm not gonna do that.
I'm bad at speaking times 2.
I'm
Can I
good
swim
at driving.
faster if I smoke? Doesn't seem like it.
Okay, let's see how much I can do.
Disgusting.
I believe in Zeus.
Oh yeah, you can't see
Oh
the
my
road
God.
from down here. I need someone to tell me.
But
Uh,
I can be in front of.
Okay, you drive left a little bit and then straight. Left,
this
left.
way.
Alright, yep, straight. Turn slowly to the right.
How do we get out of here?
Is this
Yeah.
good? Oh,
Hmm.
I'm thinking.
Wait, why does that not look good?
It's fine.
It's fine.
Oh, you have to go hard. Right.
Yeah, this is... I think we might need to winch it. You have to go
push it.
back. You have to go reverse. Yep. And then keep turning right.
Okay. Where I'm standing is the edge.
Oh, the engine's taking damage as it goes underwater.
It's fine. It's only a little bit of engine damage.
I don't know what I'm doing. I can't see the road at all.
Go
Please.
turn
I'm
stuck.
right.
I'm lost.
The engine is taking damage.
Oh, now it's racking up.
I'm gonna winch it. I jumped down.
I don't know where I am. I just want to find some ground to stand on.
Wait. Alright, winch. Where can I put the winch?
On the tree.
Okay, wait, this is the road. On the rock? No.
On the trees.
Ah! Wait, I'm still
Or did we already
pulling.
use the motor oil?
Yeah, I already used the one we had.
Do you get an empty motor oil packet?
No, they
Okay.
don't exist.
Can you release the winch a little bit? Oh, you can follow where the winch is. I have the road here.
Yeah, but I can't. Oh,
The empty
Are you on the
vehicle.
road?
Ooh.
Are you on the road?
I think I am.
I,
Okay, I'm not actually.
how did I? Oh my god! What happened?
I mean,
I got out of the water.
yeah, that works.
This is a weird section.
I love it.
I just
I-
touched some ground in the water and then. Wait, did we just pick up the winch at the same time? Oh no, you can just pick up multiple, I guess.
It resets it if you hit it. If you click the button, it resets it.
I put the winch at the. I put the front winch
Trying
at the
to
back.
see if we can do something with the motor oil thing.
I want to try pulling this. Is it gonna make?
Maybe-
Okay.
Is it gonna make the car self implode? lead them to a dead end.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I didn't
There's
know
no
there
use
was.
for it.
Why does it exist then?
I don't know. But I'm on a road now, so we can keep going.
Yeah, looks fine.
Do you want to get inside or?
I can like show the road here. I think. I'll keep.
Oh, you already went in front.
Yeah, I'll keep yumping. Our head says dragon. Does it
It'll work.
count? And Ash could be dragon. Since Ash is kinda big.
Oh,
What?
I think
that's
it's pretty
where
flat
we'll-
for a while.
Yeah.
You can probably get in.
Are you sure
Alright.
that's the last checkpoint?
I think so. Can I look? I can't look while you're looking.
Because
at
there's like a lot left.
it. Yeah.
I'm inside.
The checkpoints are marked with circles. And that was the last circle.
Might walk on Tura.
Will
Yeah.
they marked with?
I could be a fun-sized dragon. Oh! I love the motor oil barrel.
Oh, what's this?
Oh my god, there's so
That's
many
a crocodile.
rocks. Oh my god, there's a crocodile.
That's
Do
a
we have
crocodile.
crocodile spray?
Where's the That could be Chip.
There's motor scraps here.
Or I guess it would be an alligator. Since we're in North America. Yeah, or
It looks so. Ow! What the fuck? That's
Oh
gonna
my
fuck
god,
with
he's so
him.
large.
It's so cute though. Dia
is he
kena
gonna attack our
langgar.
car?
Yeah.
Just drive over it.
Maybe you could drive over the crocodile. I mean,
Does
Avi
that
is.
stay down? Oh, there's a garage over there. Does that stay down if you let go?
I'm cranking.
But try let. Oh, there's another alligator over there. Try letting go. Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
I can drive.
Yeah, there's another garage.
Yeah,
Right there.
Yeah.
but it wasn't marked on the map when I looked at it the other day.
Croco have the wider snoot.
Where are we?
Alligators have long and narrow snoot. Crocodiles
Oh,
usually
there
have a
is
bump
one.
on the end. I didn't.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I've been
I-
surprised that there
alligators
wasn't a
have long
checkpoint
nose.
after
Now
this.
crocodiles
It
usually have
did
a
so
bump
much
at the end.
damage.
Well, this is. Okay, what'd you say, Bracky?
No, I would be surprised if there wasn't a checkpoint after this. So
Here.
you take so much damage and there's like no motor oil provided.
Yeah, just floor it. It's fine. Whoa! It's okay. Everything is fine.
Can I go this way?
I can swim.
Alright, here's the question. How do I get back?
You jump down.
Oh, game saved.
Nice. Now you can
Wait,
get eat by
are
a
there
croc.
revive stations?
There.
There should be.
Yeah, there is.
Alright, I'm gonna... Oh my god.
These are-
They look so
how am I
dumb.
alive?
I don't know, but
You suck at being an alligator.
yeah. They
Oh my god.
they don't hurt.
Yeah, I
See?
got chomped like 3 times.
They don't hurt.
Still
It's fine.
alive. What are these? Pick up?
They're buttons that we can put stuff on.
Or an RV.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna be like lifting the RV so we could like fix it for some reason.
EpiPen.
I'm
move the
eating
RV out
chicken
of it.
nuggets.
Crocodile nibble. Expression on the crocs. It's so good.
Chicken nuggets are
I
so
found nugget.
gross.
I don't know why are we drinking the nuggets. I want to drink
The
nuggets.
nuggets do like full heal.
Yeah, they heal all damage, or not all damage, but all like bone breaking.
There's a bunch
Ooh.
of crates here. Oh, you picked up one.
Can we destroy
I
the
wanna see what
crates?
happens if. I don't think you can destroy the crates, but there's buttons here, and I want to press the buttons.
Well, I have a hammer.
EpiPen, beer.
I don't know what these buttons do.
I cannot break the crates.
There's also Austin's 5th lesson.
Oh, I'm gonna listen.
So everyone assemble.
Are we away?
Let's go.
Are you here? Who's missing? Tilra?
I'm missing. Absolute calm with... I don't know why I read that as autism.
We're gonna be putting everything we learned together, but out in the wild.
Okay, we can drive while we're listening.
You missed the awee awoo.
No.
If you prime your body, mind, and soul with the previous lessons, you will find
This is
Wait.
fine.
Winch it.
I just see Karaz.
Winch it,
I
it's
look
fine.
away for a second and all I see is Karaz.
We can still save the car. How do I need to find a place to winch it.
No. You have like
I think we're good.
20 more seconds.
No, wait, no. Winch. I don't know where I can put the winch
I can
at.
still smoke underwater.
I want to smoke too. Can I put a winch here? No? What do you mean this is like a rock?
Oh! I figured out what the buttons do.
Oh, is there
What do they do?
buttons?
They raise the platform so I can get over there without getting munched by crocodiles.
Oh.
We don't need that.
Yeah. Alright, that was great.
That was so weird.
Now we can pick up the Austin's thing again.
That was a weird dream.
The motor oil drum is gone.
No.
Everything that was running around and fight is gone.
I have the cassette.
Now you have to eat burger.
They only give us one oil here, which kind of sucks. We took a lot of the oil damage.
Yeah, I assume maybe you can do something with the oil drum at the gas station.
I
90.
don't think so.
I'm waiting for Tira.
I'm here. Celeste Park.
Alright. Is Suze here?
Hello. Let's try this again.
Nuggets are gross in this game.
Shaka child, and welcome to lesson 5 of
Gurshaka.
Absolute Calm with Austin, where I teach you how to achieve absolute calm. Today we're going to be putting everything we learned together, but out in the wild. Getting in touch with nature is the final step for achieving absolute calm. If you prime your body, mind, and soul with the previous lessons, you will find yourself more receptive to the positive energies of nature. So today I'm out in the wilderness, deep in Mabbott's Valley. The sun is shining, and we got a cool, gentle breeze going. The first thing we need to do is find a place to sit in a comfortable position. I got myself a nice little patch of grass. I'm just gonna hunker down right here. All right, now keep a nice upright posture all throughout this, keeping that vertical chakra
This knows where
alive.
we're going.
Now breathe
surely.
in,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out.
Oh, this was a U-turn.
It's fine,
Take
it's
note of
fine.
the warmth of the sun's rays.
Back.
Notice the gentle
Did we
breeze
went back?
upon your skin. Hear the leaves rustling. Maybe you got little birds
Nuggets.
chirping. Tweet, tweet,
You grab me
tweet,
some breakfast? Okay, have a good
Focus on the
breakfast,
breath.
Talk.
tweet, tweet. Just let the absolute calm wash over you. What the hell was that?
What the hell was that?
What the
Wait,
hell
I'm
was
not
that?
hearing folks, not gonna lie. Probably just a cougar or something.
Cougar?
Well, let's just bring our focus back to the print. No, that weren't no cougar. Hey, who's there?
Oh, Austin?
Wait, someone is there. I see him through the trees kind of far away.
Oh my god, Austin.
They're just staring at me.
Oh my god,
Hey,
Austin.
you! What are you doing here? Hey, I can see you. Quit staring. God damn it, they ain't budging. Maybe I should leave.
No, you don't need to leave, Austin. We need
All
Oslo
right, have it your
calm.
way, pal. What a weirdo. Is he still there? No, I don't see him.
Oh, they built the forest here so you don't just drive through the water.
Well,
I'm gonna
Even
try and get on the top of the RV to see.
There's grass in the car.
you just go forward.
Cookie.
Oh yeah. Can one of you come over here and stand on top of the RV?
Where's here?
On top of the RV.
I think I'm on top of the RV.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hi.
It's really just straightforward.
Yeah, but it's nice to have someone tell you where to go in case you get lost.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going.
Alright, I'm looking. Looks like all a straight
Oh, I
path
can see the
here.
road now.
Nice. Smoking on top of the
this
RV. Hi,
curve
Roxas.
This curve is curvy.
Nah, it's fine.
I don't see no curves.
Right a little bit.
I only see straight. There's a. Oh, that's Bracky.
This. oh, this one. I don't know how to tell you. It's fine. It's ooh, smooth.
No problem.
Yes, he's so smooth. Easy, no problem.
Left?
Yeah, looks left. Left.
Do you
This
want to
is-
get inside Bracky?
I would like to.
Where are you?
Inside.
Oh.
I'm still on top of the RV.
Where are you? Oh, you're over there. Okay.
You don't see
Are you
me.
good on top of the RV?
I'm hidden.
Yeah.
Not now, no longer on planes.
Okay, straight in front. There's a sharp U-turn to the left. Like here, left. This is
Yeah.
such a small road. Yeah, keep left. Yep.
Let's see if there's stuff.
There's an alligator over there.
Yeah,
Look at the alligator.
it's adorable.
Oh, this is very thin.
Yeah.
I don't think.
You
I
might
think
have-
we're gonna fall down.
No, this is fine.
I think you're just scared of driving like a real man. Oh,
Oh, winch!
I am, yes.
Winch! How do I winch this?
You sure you want a winch there?
Why
You
not?
pull it forward and have to do the super hard right turn. That's not going to work.
It's okay, we can... Can someone use the controller inside?
you can get into the window on the left.
Here?
On the
Oh.
the other left. Hi, oh, hi, Tora.
Hey,
You're in.
I'm pool. Open window. I cannot open up the window anymore. Oh, open window.
I always
Hey.
feel so useless when you do this stuff and I just take nothing. Because I don't know what to help with.
It's
other
okay.
than
I'll...
to not be in the way.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
oh.
we're good.
Alright. I'll pull a little bit,
Are you
bit.
sure?
No, I believe in myself. Let go. I want to go.
Alright, okay, I resisted. Nice hoo, see? Perfect.
Oh, dang.
Okay, bye.
No!
Bye.
Pull the winch! Pull the winch!
I'm too far behind.
It's okay, we're behoppen.
I think this is the right path. Through the water.
Looks like it?
Uh,
Oh, there's a
No?
crocodile.
Wait, where do we go?
We have to go through the water again, but there's like 300 crocodiles here.
I want 300 crocodile. Oh my god.
It's like one there. I don't see my own pointer.
300 crocodile sounds hard. I mean, what?
there's scrap between these crocodiles. I'm gonna go grab the scrap that's between the crocodiles.
I'm in the water. Please help. I'm under the water.
There's a crocodile right in front of you.
Oh!
Tira.
It's fine. It's okay. It's fine, Dragon Mama. It's fine.
I don't know where to go. I don't see a path.
I think we just have to drive through here again.
Which is
Through
kind
under
of
the water?
weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
gonna
a
do-
path again.
Is this a path over here?
It leads to a
Okay,
path
so we have
here.
to drive here at least. And then it
Yeah,
looks
and
like it
then-
goes this way. Oh, it looks like it goes this way.
Well, let me go. Hey. That looks sus. I can't look on the
Yeah,
map.
I'm. Or maybe the map. Maybe the map shows
Forward
us.
here, there's a structure and stuff. It looks like it
Yeah.
would want to go this way.
I like crocodile.
And there's also path here.
I think this one is too deep here.
Yeah, we have to go forward here. That looks more right. Ooh! I found
But
two
there's an-
motor oil.
Oh, we put them in the
Whoa!
engine.
I can only pick up one. Wait, can I? No. Just left click repair engine. I cannot do that from here.
I think everything is fine. Gonna go do the work or good luck with work, Ash.
Yeah, I think the way I was looking is the right path.
I have no idea where you guys are.
And
Where's
then we
the
go over
RV?
here,
Oh, it was behind the plant.
and then we go onto these scaffoldings over here. Because there's the ramp for the scaffoldings on this side.
I was just getting bit by crocodile and everything is fine.
These are alligators.
It's okay.
Racky nerd. Did you get the other motor oil? No.
I don't know where it is.
I have no idea where everyone is. So, should I just drive through this swamp here?
No.
No?
Driving through is not going to be good since it gets pretty deep.
Oh wait, there's a road here.
Yeah, if we drive straight to where you said, straight across that, we're just going to sink.
Yeah, looks like
That's
there's a
just a
road
prank.
to the right.
Let's see.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to do the same thing where you're standing on top, but this time you're actually going to have to look straight downwards. Or,
No,
no? You don't want to do that?
it's so hard. I don't know how to guide. I'll try. So do I
guess
just
if
stand?
you want to drive?
Do I stand on top of the RV? Let me
Yeah,
try
just
if
like
I can
stand on
see
top
it.
of the RV and look downwards. And
Yeah.
just tell me if there's a road there or not.
Alright, going back to the RV real quick.
Where are you?
I'm
Over
under
there.
the water. Please help. You're too many rain. I'm back.
Hi, can I pick you up from here?
Can you pick me up from there?
No.
I'm
I
too
can't
short.
even see where the road is. It's it's all the same shade of green to me.
Brecky green. Right. Left, left, left. Oh. If we can
Yeah,
reverse.
I don't see the difference.
I see a difference. I think
I think it's to the right here.
not yet, not yet. You have to go front a little bit first before you go to the right. Yeah.
More left.
If you can go back a little bit more. Okay, right here. Right. Yep, yep. Right, right.
Keep going right.
Yep, keep going right. And straight.
I will
Left a
give
little
you
bit.
supportive thumbs up.
Left a little bit. Okay, here I don't see the road. That's weird. I think left. Yeah, still go left. If you
Okay,
can.
I'll go left.
Left,
You got
straight.
this.
That doesn't look right.
That
There's
doesn't
an
sound
alligator right
right.
there.
Ah, I'm
Ow!
dead.
Ow!
What
He's
the fuck?
inside.
Oh, it's inside.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Are you dead, Tira?
I think so. I'm smoking I'm smoking
That was
underwater.
crazy. Be careful, there's an alligator at the ladder.
I'm under the water.
I don't see you.
Well,
She's like in the water here.
Oh, I see. I see.
I'm smoking.
I'm dead.
Oh, it did a lot of damage.
This one hurts. I
Not
thought,
at the same damage as before for me.
right? It
This one
sounded...
That
did
was-
all my. It did
that was
almost all my health in one hit.
That one is mega angry.
Hello.
Full of long names and symbols. We're back.
Garage. You have to listen to Austin level 5 again. Lesson 5.
I steal lesson 5.
We get all the stuff.
Let me go check.
There wasn't much here. Oh, there was an oil. Last time there was an oil.
I
I don't know
picked
if it's
that
there
up.
this time.
I picked that up already.
Did you already apply it?
Yes. Very carefully. Now
Is
our
there
motor's
nothing
nice
on
and smooth.
top? Ay, 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 ay.
I should have just rezzed you instead of trying to carry you out.
Wait, there's a cassette on
That's
top
what
of the
I tried
roof.
to do.
I found a secret cassette.
What is it?
I forgot what it says.
Gentle breeze. The first thing we
Star,
need to do is put
Sky,
the stick
and
in a comfortable
Clutch.
position. I got myself a nice little patch of
Ooh. Who knew
Okay,
there would
are
be
we ready?
secret cassette? Let me...
Alright, let me come back.
I think that's everything, question mark?
Ah, and here we have the Kobo in her natural environment, being nothing but a good girl, such a majestic sight.
Are we all inside?
I'm in
Oh, Tira's
the...
over there.
Yeah, I'm on the car.
Oh, we're neutral. I need to go first.
Good music.
I found that tape. It's on top of the roof. You can still see the road here, right?
Yeah. And I think I remember how it goes over here. It's just that it's covered by plants at the beginning.
Yeah. Actually, can you stop for a bit? I want to see if this is possible. Why do I feel like I see a road here?
You mean to the right?
To Can you guys look back here? Like directly back at the car. You see me?
I'm on the roof.
Yeah, yeah. Look to the here. Right, do you see
Over
me?
there?
No, like here's like a straight line.
Oh, there?
Yeah. You think that's possible?
Well, does it lead to anything?
I'll check.
It, it
This-
looks like it could be a shortcut if it doesn't like go straight into the water.
That seems like a massive shortcut. But
Yeah. But then I don't know where it leads to. I'm still walking straight.
what's this massive dam over here?
I have no idea. Looks like we can...
We could maybe skip that whole area with winch poles. We have a few.
And then you can drive up
It's
here.
pretty
nothing.
flat over here. This is definitely drivable.
But it leads to kind of nothing, question mark?
Yeah, but maybe we could use a winch pole to get across the water over here.
Yeah, where I am. Where are you?
Yeah, where Bracky is. I'm across the water in the mountain.
Oh,
Maybe we could.
Yeah, we could probably
the
use.
water seems flat enough here that you can just drive over.
Can you, while being on the very bottom of the water, can you still see above the water?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
we could
kind
do
of.
it.
It depends which direction you look.
Yeah, we could do it. It might be sketchy, but this would be a big shortcut, and it would get
Yeah,
us
I
to
mean,
the
we-
end of
we
that whole
Just got
section.
the checkpoint.
We don't need to get
The
eaten
motor
by...
oil is not too far from here.
We don't need to get eaten by
explore
crocodile.
the-
Oh, I think.
Hello, Evie.
EV
How
friend.
does this work? Is this wood or is this stone?
Oh wait, do we have to get up here?
Yeah, I think we have to get up here.
There's 3 wheels.
There's a thing.
There's
I
like a
already got it.
bridge.
What's this do?
Do you find a
It
crank?
doesn't let me hold it.
Oh, down here.
There's a,
I'm being lifted.
yeah.
I got 3 uppies. Oh my god.
Yeah, you also them yesterday when you raided me. And now you got them.
Yeah. I mean,
And then we
looks
have to go up here. Okay,
feels easy
we
enough,
could probably
no?
do this.
Yeah.
And then this is just. It's a.
This would be a
bunch of
big
crates.
skip. That skips that whole area we just didn't even
Yeah.
get halfway through.
Yeah, it's a good find.
I'm cool. I'm cool.
Where would
There's a secret picnic table here.
where's this go?
Yeah, I hear bird.
Oh,
I'm gonna go see who get picked up.
oh my God! There's flying platforms here. It's funny.
So I guess we do a reverse for RV.
Oh, we could just do a circle. There's a path that I
Ooh.
did last time.
Oh
Guess
yeah.
what? There's a garage up here.
After that huge damp area.
Yeah, after getting up the dam.
Yeah, that feels like a big skip.
I suddenly have a craving for drinks.
I'm walking back.
I'm eating something real quick.
Crunch. We need a crate up here.
There's crates at the bottom or at the middle of the dam.
Yeah. I'll put a crate up there for future so you don't have to do it then.
And then we could get the motor oils that Bracky had found and just walk them back into the RV.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do now while you try to get it over here.
I found one motor oil in the wild.
I don't remember where they were. Any gators here? Seems clear. Oh, never mind. I walked right into. Wait, what is this?
I'm
Pick
not
up.
helping.
Oh, the world is a bit bugged out here. That was strange.
You might want to go.
Moving myself.
It's okay. It's just a tree. It's fine.
Been followed. Oh my god, I walked over this mud pit and he just jumped out of it.
The tree dangerous. Yeah, this works.
I'm not made for this.
And you want to turn right here. Nice, we're here.
That's a huge skip.
Right?
There's no way that's not intentional, but if it's intentional, like, why would they let us skip so much?
I
Maybe they
mean,
thought it was gonna be secret.
it does look kind of secret-ish. There's a secret in the Gators Mall, by the way. Well,
Yeah, we should throw Alex inside to find out.
no, throw me inside. I'm going to find a. I'm gonna find a gator now. Maybe it could be a shiny. Why is there no gator here?
Oh, this isn't water. What?
What's not water?
This looked like water, but it isn't. Under the RV? I'm stuck now.
Good girl. Pet pat.
What?
I'll put the motor oil on the picnic bench.
Can you come to the RV? Or not all the way to the RV, but I'm stuck.
Where is? Alright, I'm coming to the RV.
I
What
don't
is-
know where it is.
Help, help. Over here. Over here. Behind you.
Behind me?
I'm in the hole.
Oh.
Dang, I want to
Yeah,
see
that's
that.
not water.
Is that not what is it then? Are you? Did you take
It's
damage
nothing.
from that?
You just
Oh. Oh, nothing. Oh, okay.
I thought it was water.
I'll go pull the crank. I'll go crank the crank.
Wait, I was gonna grab the motor oil that Bracky said he found.
Oh. Hey, hi again, Marmalade.
Okay, I got motor oil.
I will crank the crank. And then I'll go find a gator and find the secret in the mall.
I can show you the one that jump scared me.
Wait. You just left me down here.
Well, I'm glad I just arrived. Oh, no, it's going down. No, never mind.
Is Brecky here?
No.
Hi. Hi, Zeus.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. A little bit to the left. Okay, we should. Okay, this should be
We'll
good.
need 2 people up here, by the way.
Oh, do we need 2 people? Okay, I'll go.
Wait, I'll bring
Oh, I
this.
should have gotten your motor oil before I...
I have it.
I'm coming up.
Can you get on through the top?
Ni hao, Marmalade.
Stuck.
Oh, I see crank. I want to crack the crank.
I put a box there that you need to put on the thing.
I did it.
But it's safer with 2 people. I'm coming up.
I'm not on the other side. Now I can crank the crank.
Alright, you crank and then I can get you back.
I'm cranking the crank. The crank of the crank.
I'm following.
Why is the
You
RV
bouncing.
dancing?
The RV is just happy.
Yay! The RV is getting uppies. Oh my god.
Are you
I'm
standing on
ready.
the platform?
Yeah. It's so jiggly. I have to smoke.
Does that help against jiggly?
Probably not.
Oh,
Oh,
Calix is doing well.
the car's pissed.
Are we ready to... I'm cranking.
Ah,
I wanna
Are we
crank the
not ready?
crank.
I mean, you can go. I'm nothing I can do that changes anything.
The car. Oh.
No.
No, keep cranking. Keep cranking. It's fine.
It's fine.
Drive. Winch.
Hello, Jade. What? It's not cranking. We
Connect it
good?
to the wood.
I'm just gonna crank. I'm doing alright. Hello, Jade.
Okay, let's see what I can do. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do?
Does that work? Is it too short?
Jade, I got picked up by a burp earlier and they
Okay,
threw me
wait,
down
I can.
and I died.
Let me pull this
Okay,
further.
now we need the controllers.
Wait. Okay, here. Boom. Calx trekken. I like trekken. This is fine, right?
Should be fine. Is there another spot over here we could use? Not really.
We can use the winch pole. Or I can just try driving the
push.
car.
I don't know if I can let go of the crank. I'd rather not try. Find out.
Oh, oh, you're
Wait,
right. There's a wood in front.
Yeah, I let me grab a beer.
I'm such a good cranker. Do you?
Brecky, good crank.
I don't have anything to repair.
Brecky is the crankiest of the crank.
I am always cranky.
Wait, press the brake.
I just see the RV jiggling around, but I have to crank.
Oh,
there we go.
Wow, holy.
Oh, you're going down, dang it.
Holy heck, Zeus strong?
That's funny.
The power of a beer. I just had to smoke a beer.
Alright,
You
let's
can bring
try
it to
over
the...
there.
Wait, before you do that, I want to try something. Before you bring it close.
I'm not
I
driving.
want to see if we use the items.
Only need... I don't think they come back.
They do
Sandy.
when it reloads. And I want to see if we
Winch?
use them first. If they'll get respawned. Like if we
Well,
reload the
that's
game.
what I
Oh
meant. I
no,
feel like
that one is nothing bad on it.
I saw that earlier.
But to me,
When we
the
were in the
winch
town
sounds-
with the store, I picked up a bunch of scrap, then we reloaded and we still had all the scrap.
Oh.
Yeah, but then it got subtracted, right? From our
No,
total
we just
count.
got a lot more. Okay,
Oh,
you
well,
can
we
bring
will
it
see.
now.
Oh no, this river has a lot of current. 2 miles left.
Nice.
Get the ducky dance.
Easy.
Oh, I lowered the cooldown on slots and changed dance to 30 seconds because I found out how you can make custom cooldowns that are lower than a minute. I'm looking for the secrets. Can I walk up here? Saving game.
New checkpoint. Now I can explode the car.
You don't
Can
have
I?
to go all the way in.
Can I explode the car?
I mean, if you want to.
I wanna try.
Hello, Weeby. Thanks for
Ooh,
the raid. More raids.
Weeby. Friend.
Hello, VB Wolf.
Weeby already sneaked in here with Red Stream. Did send a raid message. Even though they were streaming. Welcome back, stream. We made it through the swamp by finding a big shortcut.
I just had to do it.
And I'm climbing a mountain, I guess.
I want to
just walked
try.
up. That's crazy.
I like it when the car explodes. Austin lesson. Oh, we can find out what happened to Austin.
Hello. Can you wait for me? I want to hear.
Oh,
Oh,
stop. Alright, I stopped it.
hello, Lunai.
I'm stuck.
I don't know.
We don't have a door.
Play. We away.
Talking to you, my child, and welcome
I
to
don't
Lesson
hear
6 of
Zeus is
Absolute
driving
Calm
away.
with Austin, where I teach you how to achieve absolute calm.
Absolute
In the
calm.
previous
Oh
lesson,
yes,
we
Zeus
got in
wants to
touch with
find out
nature
if the
and put
stuff
everything we learned into
duplicates.
practice. We had a bit of an unexpected visitor, but let me tell you, I am glad I brought all these tapes along with
Join!
me.
Well, I guess I'm riding a top.
Yay!
In a stressful
Roller
situation.
coaster! I survived.
Oh my god, I took 0 damage.
Yeah, the car is totally fine.
Well, I guess I'm never gonna hear that cassette.
I want to
Oh,
listen
I
to
was...
George Jacker Child. I mean,
Oh, I
what
got
the?
out.
Oh my, I'm doing...
I'm trying to kill the RV, but it won't die.
The RV
I
is
can
actually
just quick
more,
restart from checkpoint if that's what you want.
way more
Oh.
durable.
Trying to do murder.
Yeah. Hi Shin. I've
I'm
been pet
leaving.
on Mangan.
You'll
Hi,
never find
also
me.
hi VP. Hey, dear friend. I want to see the car explode.
I'm trying to get in the water, but the water's not deep enough here.
I mean, if you
It's just
drive a
a
little
world
bit
of
further
nothing
away, there
here.
should be.
Oh, I got frame damage.
I need to witness this. I need to run faster. Smoke! Smoke! Oh, I didn't see it.
Thanks for the follow.
Okay, there were 2
Appreciate it.
oils, and there was like 3 scrap. Let's see if there's 2 oils and 3 scrap.
Abba.
Hello, Gargoyle Gamer.
Oh, there's
This scrap,
5 scrap.
and there's an oil here. Yeah, it duped.
It
We
duped?
just had to pick up all the stuff before we got in.
Oh, so
Logo
we can go
oil.
explode the car again.
Thanks for another raid.
No, this is before. So what I did is before the game saved, I just used all the stuff,
Oh.
and then when it
Oh.
saved and reloaded, it kept that we used it, but it spawned it again.
Could be at a good stream. Can you pick up the other motor oil? Probably. Sure, there's the spot.
I found a good thing.
Good driving. We almost made it. We have 2 more miles to go.
We're almost
Surely
RV
nothing
there
can
yet.
go wrong. Nice.
What just happened? Oh.
We've
Austin.
port open. No.
I found Austin.
Yeah, that's how the fan games go. All the stuff inside of the RV is gone now, though.
It's
I
okay.
guess that's
Oh.
a trade-off.
I didn't think of anything that was inside. I don't remember what there was.
To you, my child, and welcome to lesson
Not
6 of
that
Absolute
important stuff.
Calm with Austin.
I'm
where I
eating
teach
things
you how to
again.
achieve absolute calm. In the
Absolute
previous
calm.
lesson, we got in touch
Crunchy
with nature
plastic.
and put everything we learned into practice. We had a bit of an
I don't know why I'm
unexpected
suddenly
visitor,
so
but let
hungry
me tell
though.
ya, I am glad I brought all these tapes along with me because it kept me cool
I
and
wish I
covered
should have
in
gotten
a
something to
stressful
eat before we
situation.
started,
That could be you
but I
two.
didn't get
We're still
out
out
of
here
bed
in the
until
wilderness,
10 minutes
neck
after
deep
we
in
wanted to
Mountains
start.
Valley. It's
I'm
dank
so
and
tempted to
chilly up
just
in here
order
this fine
Foodpanda
morning.
and just
The
eat
perfect
something.
time to take our breathing technique to the next level. We studied the box
Order
breathing
Food
technique
Panda?
before.
Yeah.
This time, I'll
Over
be
here we
sharing
have
a
Food
deep
Panda.
breathing technique passed down to us by
Or
the
Grab
ancient
Food or
Anunnaki
Shopee
up
Food.
in Bureau.
It's like
Without
Uber
further
I haven't
Eats or
ado,
something
ordered
like that.
let's
food
get
in
started. First, we begin with a
decades.
deep, controlled
Oh, wow.
diaphragmatic breath.
I
That
don't know
means you
why,
gotta
but I
make
feel
your
weird
belly
about it
expand
when
as you
other
breathe.
people bring
Keep
me
it in,
food
then you know you're doing it
It-
right.
that I
We'll
can
do
just
2 or
make
3
myself.
minutes. Let's go.
I think I kinda know what you
Breathe
mean, yeah.
And out.
Left here. Ooh,
In
there's stuff. Stuff alert.
and out. Now do 4 or 5 shallow breaths real quick.
Did we grab the oil? I don't remember grabbing the oil.
I put it into
Making
shelves.
me a little lightheaded, not gonna lie.
Okay.
And deep breath in. Oh boy. Oh, okay.
Good night, Gorgo. Thanks for the
And
raid.
out.
Good night,
And all the
gargoyle.
raids today.
In.
Heck yeah.
I'm getting.
So many
Oh, I'm getting
people
a
here.
little woozy, a little dizzy.
What happened to
And-
Austin?
Pee-pee. Oh no. I didn't hear.
He hyperventilated.
Austin.
Did he?
Footsteps
Now he's
approaching?
calm.
Recording picked up, recording
stops.
stopped.
Dang, he
What?
got murdered.
Someone
No,
is
he
trying.
hyperventilated.
Yeah, and then someone picked up the recording and then ends the record.
I'm assuming I go this way. I can't
Oh
see
my
much, but
god.
I'm going.
Now I'm tempted to just find the tapes. I want to know what happened to Austin.
Maybe at the next
He's
garage.
Do I go right?
Up left up the hill.
But this looks doable. That island in the middle looks like part of the road.
Oh, maybe. I can't see where the road is.
I'm being
My eyes are not good enough for that.
I'm being washed away?
Bye.
No.
Bye. I can wave out of the window.
Wait, did you actually get out?
Yeah, I got washed
Yeah,
away.
Put through the floor.
Oh, I thought you just meant like inside.
No, I got washed outside.
I'm gonna try. Let's see what else needs fixing. Oh, that.
Can you fix me?
What's this bear spray? We probably want to keep that.
I'm sure Dragon and a cool dog can fix the couple.
I'm just gonna put the nuggets in the bathroom.
The nuggets just flew out of the bathroom when you closed the door.
Of course. Why not?
Where'd you go?
You will never find me. Bathroom snacks. I love.
Over there. Okay.
Dang, this time I was made out of steel.
Oh, you didn't get run over? Do you want to get in? Oh, you're inside. How are you getting in without opening the door?
I opened the door, I just closed it again.
Oh,
I'm
I
just
didn't even
that
hear it.
sneaky.
Oh, so where's Tiora?
On the roof.
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm gonna sit on the toilet.
I'm in my
I just
natural
don't want to
habitat.
leave you guys behind. The toilet?
I very much know that you want that.
What's your habitat?
I'm playing rock, paper, scissors against myself. I'm always drawing.
Dang.
Because you're an artiste?
Scissors, paper, rock. Scissors, paper, rock. Keep getting
Why'd
the
you call it
same
rock,
wrong.
paper, scissors, then say scissors, paper, rock?
Oh, this would be a great thing for a horror game. Someone just places with themselves in the mirror. And then
Oh,
it suddenly
I think Zeus got
reflects
this.
as a different thing. I have no
Scrap.
idea what's happening.
Oh my god, scrap.
Driving a little bitch.
Easy.
I just did an obstacle without stopping.
Yeah, I mean, it,
Nice. I was playing rock, paper, scissors with myself in the bathroom mirror.
Oh, did you see the obstacle? I just
Oh,
I just went
yeah,
for it.
Just casually, no problem.
yeah, it's fine.
This area seems a lot chill. Seems like
Yeah.
they're
Zeus
a little
gaming.
less crazy on us.
But we need to find Austin.
Yeah, we need to find Austin now.
If he's dead,
No.
like who stopped the recording?
Someone stop the
The guy who killed
recording.
Austin. The guy who killed Austin.
Austin's already dead.
Oh,
Um,
I see it. I assume that's just a little
Oh.
calm pod, so we're less likely to cheese it because we have to drive back.
let's go up this. Oh, look at all these winch poles and this burger.
Yeah. There were
Okay.
some scrap pots I picked up.
So we go here.
With more winch poles. Where are the snakes? Oh goodness. Double wood.
This looks. Oh, we're gonna need. Yeah, we're gonna need to put a bridge through here.
What are you guys looking at? Oh,
We're further up the road. Oh, there's cold coffee here. I don't know what for.
I like coffee.
There's an
preset
American
winch
brand
pole.
of coffee that tastes atrocious, and I don't know why it's like the most popular one.
Where?
Do you see that down there, Tiro? It's like a... Looks like a metal scrap or something peeking out of the rock.
Is there?
I see over there.
Yeah. A bit lower.
Yeah.
That one?
My pointer isn't showing up for some reason.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it doesn't show up if you're too far from it.
Well, I could jump down and
Oh,
get it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's like in the crack down there. Right? Yeah, no.
Wait, is that a scrap or is that a winch pole? There could be a winch
Oh,
pole
there
though.
might be a winch pole.
Yeah,
Ooh, there's coffee up here.
I want coffee.
There is scrap down there though.
Ah!
You jumped on without me noticing you.
It's okay. I survived.
Darn.
I want that scrap. I want it. Will not sweet. We have done worse. Oh, that cave. Ugh.
PTSD cave.
I'm running away. There's more scrap down there.
We could do this. I can do this. I'm so good at this game.
Yeah.
Watch me.
I'm so good at watching you be good at this game.
Yeah, I'm with Bracky here.
And that's why you're ready, Bracky. You're gonna do this. You've been training this whole time.
That's why I'm here. I'm here to
Brekkie.
watch you.
Let's be prepared for all the road. Now Bracky is ready to drive this one. I should get up.
Oh, I'm hungry. Trying to think if there's anything quick in the kitchen that I could just grab.
I should probably put it on park so it doesn't just roll away.
Okay.
Oh, there's a picnic table on the rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I got the other wood from.
That's fun.
That's fun. Seconds away from death. Oh, that's cute. Okay, I'm ready to move.
I'm on top of the car.
I'm ready for you to get flung off.
I'm so ready for this.
I see Tura going crazy. Tura's cheering for this.
Woohoo!
Oh, the winch bolt can go on the roof.
Yeah.
I learned.
Okay, this doesn't look safe, but let's go for it.
I believe.
This still doesn't look safe. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm dead.
How's that? Barely did any damage.
What the fuck? Why am I dead but the
Considering
car
what
is not
happened.
dead? What is this?
I'm stuck.
I'm under
There's a
the
bunch
window.
of preset winch poles everywhere.
I'm
Oh,
under
your
the
body's
window.
not here.
Do you
Over
want
there.
some coffee? I can throw some coffee down.
I'm smoking.
The engine is slowly dying, but it's
It's
RV
fine.
stuck.
I guess we can winch it
It's
real quick.
not, but that's fine.
I think we just restart from checkpoint.
No, no, we can pull it up.
The winch pole isn't even attached.
It is. Oh
No, the pole was just floating, like it wasn't attached to
Oh.
anything.
pull. We saved the car, did we?
You having fun down there? It's
Yeah.
not taking damage anymore. Now you just
Nice.
have
Yeah,
to
we
pull
got
it
it out
up
of
the
the water.
mountain where the other winches are. Can I jump down?
If
Maybe
you
you
want to.
Surely
can.
the water cancels my fall. Nice. I'm here, right for the obvious to die.
Wow, Bracky, it was all good until you said that.
I cannot believe it,
I'm
Brecky.
sorry.
How could you say that? The car exploded.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, Sakurapu. And the bucket.
God, Pogo, let's go. We did that on purpose so we get more motor oil.
Yeah.
It's the same motor oil.
No.
We don't get more.
This one is more. This one smells nicer.
Don't crush my hopes like that.
There's a spot right there.
They have to go in a big one.
No? Oh, does it?
I'm pretty sure. I'll try it out.
Oh, nice. I can just
Yeah, they
fix
have
the
to go in a
frame
big
by
one.
welding the tire.
Makes sense.
Right? I mean, it's working. Uh-oh.
How do I repair the tire? With the drill?
Oh, you have to re-screw the nuts. Some of them are like they're gonna be a bit out. Like this one is a bit out.
Oh, I don't get a UI for it.
No. And then there's one other one over here. On the back left.
Is it, there's like a micrometer of engine damage.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth fixing right now.
Uh-oh. No, I don't wanna. I didn't do it. It was Brecky. Brecky didn't do it. Brecky didn't fix it.
What did I do?
Brecky
What?
didn't fix the tire.
I did.
No, look, there's two nuts that's loose.
Okay.
How do I use
Get it
it?
under? You have to hit the red button.
Oh.
Wee.
Oh, I thought you were gone.
I kind of wish the tires took damage because we haven't lost the tire like realistically.
Yeah.
We've only lost is like super janky stuff.
Yeah, we have seen so many tires and they're just useless.
The only tire that we lose was like the tire went under the platform. And then we lost it.
Yeah, and then we did a bunch of funny things.
I
And
winch on
removed
me.
all tires from the car.
Okay, we're ready to go.
No. No,
Bracky.
I'm being leashed. I'm being leashed.
You like
Cobots and
that?
dragons.
No, I don't like that.
Hi Mars. Oh my god, squeaky dragon. Would that actually pull me? Oh my god, it pulls me. Oh,
Hey,
water is.
stop moving like that. I'm trying to repair the car. Oh god, I'm so janky. Someone save me, please. Okay.
Where the breaking up?
Brecky's here.
Don't you dare do that again. Ah. No, it's fine. I'm being
This is it. We're having a falling out.
dramatic.
Brecky, you will never speak to me again. Until in 20 years when we meet back up together and we bring the band back together. We do one last
that
concert.
one time you leashed me.
And then we have one last concert.
Oh,
Are we ready?
I think so.
Can I? Oh my god. Wait, what? I'm so confused.
The
Speaks
winch
work?
might work. We heck yeah. It's a balloon dragon.
Hello, Mars.
If I go here, will it be faster? No. I've been lied to. That current is fake.
I'm gonna see if I... Squeak! I don't have a good squeak.
I forgot to put the
I have a
pause.
good goat sound. Oh! The winch is just stuck in the air though. I tried to winch you while you're driving and it's just floating now.
Was there stuff here?
Oh my god, I should fish. No idea what I'm gonna get, but I have to fish.
Fish. Fish good. I mean, there's a lot of water here. We can fish in the game and in the game.
I'm gonna get
And
something
in the
to
game?
eat real quick. Just a small ball or something.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, let's go. Last time Brecky said to go up here, but I don't think this is a path.
I have no idea. Maybe this is like another
This
secret
doesn't
path.
look like a path.
We could
No,
go
there's too
along the
many trees.
side. Yeah. Why do I get washed out of the car always?
Because you're not putting on your seatbelt.
I don't need seatbelt. I'm a kobold. I'm swimming. I'm swimming.
This is why you need your seatbelt.
I guess I should wear my seatbelt. I can wear it on my own. Alright, I have the seatbelt now.
Now you can get on the top safely.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask if you're ready, but it doesn't matter. You're gonna come either way.
Yeah. I'll be fine. I have my seatbelt on.
Changing gear is so janky in this fucking game.
Yeah, I mean, do we even need to go more than first gear?
I go second gear sometimes.
Wow, the Zeus gaming. I've been
I saw a thing in the water. I think, or might have been a rock.
I like rock.
Yeah, it was just a rock.
Oh. Well, I like rock. This looks fine. Oh, oh, oh. Alright, winch. It's okay, I have my seatbelt on. Okay. Now
Okay.
we can pull the front. The back is I'm being pulled. I'm being pulled. Oh, maybe I can pull the car as well?
No, the car pulls you.
Oh. Scrap.
What are you doing?
I want to make the car implode. By winching the front to the back to the front. I'm pulling the car.
Was there a thing here?
I have no idea.
Okay. This way. You want to get in?
I'm stuck under the car.
Okay.
It's
Where
fine.
are you?
I think you can just
There.
drive.
There, I released you. Wait, where's the
Oh.
controller? What'd you? Oh, it's
Where are
over there.
we?
The
Oh, we're here.
controller might have dropped under the sky or something.
It's inside the RV.
Oh, cool.
Did anything happen?
really.
I had my seatbelt on.
Ooh, scraps. EpiPen. Pen, pineapple, EpiPen.
EpiPen? Brr.
This one scrap?
Winch pull.
Okay, we have to find out how to do this. Hello? I just took so much damage.
I don't know what happened. Something just fall off.
Me, wait. First of all, that's not all the way through yet. What if we just do 3 planks to be safe?
I guess.
Oh, that's a good placement.
Yeah, I think the middle is like...
Oh, I can't get out of the RV.
It's
I guess I
okay.
can jump out the window.
Through a window, maybe? Yeah.
But how do we get back in?
Through the top. Okay, I have an idea.
Can't really get that one.
Oh my god, coffee?
I think an issue is that we like drive against this wood here from the side. Whoa!
Oh my god, Brecky gave me the biggest hug and I'm stuck. Oh my god,
Wait, where are you?
I fell down somehow.
They're behind you. They're behind you.
I'm down at the
They're over there.
water. I'm down at the water.
Oh, you're at the water?
Yeah. Bricky just zoomed past me and then my character went to this.
These wooden planks function perfectly.
Yeah, it's fine. Game's flawless, 100%.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there
No.
yet? Are we
No.
there yet?
No.
Are we a good girl? Are we there yet? Are we
No.
there yet? Are we there yet? Are we getting pets?
Ooh,
Are we there yet?
maybe.
The pets are your job.
I wanna get pet.
You pet the kobold.
I like pet.
Are we ready?
I think so. You wanna try?
I'm not happy with this plank.
Oh.
No.
I fell down again. Fuck.
To be fair, you weren't even close to the planks. You were like super far off. Oh my god.
Oh my god, the car. I think this is how the car should behave normally. This is fine.
Let me get the controller. Okay.
Looking from below looks so cool.
Yeah, oh yeah, I assume you have a better view. Looking from me is also pretty cool. I can go over here.
I wanna be pet.
This is normal RV driving.
Yeah. This is entirely normal. This is how people do it.
Altira, if you just follow the river,
Uh-huh.
you should be able to go up at some point and come
Easy.
back.
I found motor
Oh
oil
yeah. Ooh.
and a bunch of
Now
scraps.
that we don't need it anymore.
No, we still need
might
it.
need it.
We have red. We have red.
Easy.
No problem. Look at the car.
And it didn't take any damage.
Yeah. I wanna
That's what I'm most surprised about.
I wanna pet the Calx dragon too. Even though I'm small.
Calyx is small too, don't worry.
Is Calx smaller than the bolt?
I don't know. But I know they blush when you call them small.
I found fren
how
that
do
blushes a lot as well.
I found a winch pole.
How do I use the motor oil?
You have to open the
on
engine
the
back here.
engine and then just left click.
Over here. Inside the RV.
Oh,
Over here. Just left click it.
nice. See, no more red. I've been a boat once. And then Calx is already a Kobo friend.
I was bold once. They put me in a room. A rubber room.
So I was thinking about the same thing.
Rubber room with rats. Let's see. Wait, I need a beer. Yeah, a beer's fine. Do we have a beer anywhere? Yeah, we have a
Running
beer right
away.
here.
This empty coffee cup.
Would love to know how to get those crabs.
Oh, I fell.
Braki is a good dragon, deserves many pets too, and Zeus. Zeus is a troublemaker.
Zeus is a
Left.
puppy.
Just kidding.
Good puppy.
Zeus is a good bean.
Good puppy. I'm not strong
I'm a
enough.
troublemaker. I
I-
fell.
Don't do that. Can't believe Zeus is holding up the team.
Oh gosh, I wonder what's going on. I cannot believe it.
One of our winch poles flew out the door because the door was open when we started falling.
It's fine.
No, I was I highlighted the first time we played this, but I forgot to highlight the second time, and I'm sad about it.
Highlight what?
The stream what?
Oh, I didn't highlight it, but I did put them onto my YouTube, so at least that's something.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. Good. Now we drive.
I think we can try turning sharp right.
We're gonna have to.
Maybe. Yeah.
Nah, that looks too narrow. We're gonna fall down.
To the left.
Oh,
to the
we
left.
need to remove. Can you disconnect the winch from the back if you're outside?
I can do that.
I did it.
Tira's already doing it.
Okay.
Okay. I guess sit down.
Uh,
Find a place where you're not gonna fly away.
Map?
that's fine.
I can't see.
Okay. I think just
fine
keep
to me.
driving straight. Should be fine. You can
But it's
see me,
second
right?
gear?
Red line isn't updating.
Yeah, I can see you.
I'm in the car.
Oh my god.
Am I in the
I was looking
car?
at the map and then... We made it.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, I can see you. 'Cause I fucking floored it.
I got pushed inside the car. Wow, that's. Is that hard? Holy shit.
Okay, this looks like an easy path. If you want to get inside, we can just walk. We can just go forward.
Is there? Oh wait, I think I saw scrap question mark. Okay, I didn't. I'm blind.
Good girl.
Oh,
The door.
oh.
Are we ready?
You want to look at my winch pole?
Don't show that. This is PG-13.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna look at Brecky's winch pole.
Are
Have
you
we-
ready, Tora?
Yeah, I'm on top of the RV. I don't have seatbelt.
Are you
though.
sure?
Where's my seatbelt?
Oh, where are you?
I'm trying to find the seatbelt. Okay, I got the seatbelt. Alright, we good. Have a good luck, Dragon Mama.
Door again. Getting close.
This feels pretty chill.
Yeah, we're like in the bottom right corner of the map now. We have to cross
Okay,
the
third
river
gear.
one more time, and then there's a gas station there.
No, I can't third gear.
Is this
I'm
an
stuck.
incline? Are you stuck? Oh yeah, the wheel is somehow
stuck.
flying.
Just
I
push
think
it.
we just need a...
Hit F on the RV. Yeah.
I'm pushing. I have the seatbelt, it's fine.
I want to see you get dragged around.
I mean, the winch is not locked yet.
Oh. I don't know if I can get a controller. Oh no.
Oh, it's this again.
I can crank again. I'm the cranker.
Oh. I'm leashed.
No!
Oh!
Oh no, I got thrown away.
Goodbye!
Oh my god, that's so fast!
I just got thrown away.
I'm used to it.
But you're both gone. Well, I'll see you on the other side.
Bye
Goodbye.
bye, Brecky.
No, Bracky's gonna take all the credit.
Oh no, I'm not.
No.
Oh no. Do we have checkpoint?
There was a waterfall.
I think we have to drive off of it.
Oh.
That was crazy.
Because it looked like there was a path
Hello.
on the side.
You excited to do this all again?
Kind of.
I guess.
I was being funny. And then it just was a waterfall. I feel like there's a secret in here somewhere.
There was a music tape at the top of the building.
Yeah.
Do you wanna come back? Oh, it's just music tape?
Yeah.
Oh, then it's not a big deal.
No Austin. I wanna know what happened to Austin.
There is one for
We
Austin
need to
here,
know
but
what happened.
we already got the one from here.
Yeah. Just insert it, I guess.
My dogs are snoring.
Oh. Cute dog.
There's no secret here. I keep pressing M trying to open the map and forget that I have to look at the paper. No! You're too fast.
Did you not put on your seatbelt?
I did.
Now I was exploring the forest.
Oh,
Where's Brecky?
they're inside now.
I have a seatbelt. It hurts a little bit to put on the seatbelt, but it's fine.
It's just pinching your skin.
Yeah.
Can I do third gear? No, it's too hard to do third gear.
The speed just like the speed it slows down too quickly.
Yeah. And it's hard to like do the up, then right, then up.
Is that a scrap? I gotta get it in. Nice, I got 3 uppies.
Wait, you didn't put the...
The what?
Dang, Austin just passes out.
Yeah.
Too much breathing is bad somehow.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Oh wait, no, it's front, not here. It's okay. It's only a little bit of damage. It's fine.
Are What's a camping song? We need to sing a camping song.
C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O-N-G song. C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O-N-G song.
Bangun pagi, gosok gigi, pergi makan, makan pagi.
Thank you. Can I clap? No, there's no clap emoji. Sorry, no clapping for you.
No, I want clap. Unless I'm getting clapped. This is fine.
Good times to drown.
Hell yeah, perfect.
Okay, now we fix some stuff.
Crap.
Hey, I got the scrap.
Am I flying somehow?
Zeus, do you see what happened to Tira's line?
Where is it?
Like, all across the river.
I
Oh,
Whoa!
I guess we'll get the controller and get to her back.
Can you pull me back? Whoa!
Oh my god.
Yo!
Like, how? We weren't even there. We didn't even try.
Oh my god! I have the roller coaster. Let's go.
Oh my god, that's like
There are 10,000 lines around.
10 lines across the river here.
What are you doing?
I didn't do anything.
We weren't even here. It's like,
It's not pulling you.
I'm.
I think I'll release you.
No. I'm mid-air. I think you can just drive the car. It's fine.
It's not pulling you.
It's
I'm
okay.
Pulling, I'm doing the.
I think if you drive the car,
like
then it should be
whole
fine.
world trouble.
I just did traveling the world in 80 days. Nah, 1 second.
It seems to end over here.
No more. I don't have the roller coaster anymore. It's sad Kobo noises. I'm leaving the world.
Now imagine if you didn't have Chipa on, you would have gone to space.
Right? I want that.
No.
That would be amazing.
It probably happened because you had Chipa on.
Typical Kobo behavior. It just happens. I'm a kobold after all.
What are you chomping?
Biscuit.
I need to know.
I hope I ran over you.
You did.
No, you didn't.
I
dropped
turned
a lot
right
of
just
oil.
to grab them.
What was my drink? I bet Calix drinks motor oil. Like an
Ooh,
afternoon refresher.
I wanna drink that. Oh, it's this part again.
Oh, I should build the bridge. Oh.
It's already late for that.
Goodbye. What? Machine oil tastes better. I will
Ooh,
trust you on that.
I believe Calx. Is there more planks around?
There's 2 of them on
I
top of
found
the. Yeah. We're gonna try
There's
this
all
again.
crap down here.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to work wonders.
With a lot, I mean 1.
Oh, but
Maybe
no.
there's gonna be a way back up here. Am I moving? Yeah.
I don't know if that's gonna work.
I think the other way
Crunch.
would be better.
What's the other way?
No, I fell down and I followed the river to try to find a way to climb up.
Oh, if you go backwards a little bit, like
Yeah,
where we came from.
it's too late. I'm committed. That's fine. I'm not helpful anyways.
No. Brecky, very helpful.
Are we ready with the planks? Is this good
I
enough?
I don't know if that's gonna work.
Okay. Did it work?
I think so.
Oh, I got thrown out.
See what craziness I'm gonna come back to. Oh, I see it. RV pods.
The RV's still full.
How did that happen?
How do I get back into the car? Alright, I need to eat something for this.
Oh, there's a cassette tape here.
Oh?
I'm taking cassette tape over motor oil.
You should get in and take a seat.
Yeah, and then we're gonna listen to the cassette. The cassette
You
is
totally
called
should take a seat.
Tiramisu.
I'm trying to. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god, I love this roller coaster ride.
Hello? I was just gonna say you're not gonna get through there. And
It's
Let me in.
fine.
Let me sit down.
Oh wait, I need to fix the car.
We did it.
Nice, look, I'm fixing the car too.
Oh, the ladder isn't here anymore.
Oh, we need the ladder.
I fixed it.
Nice.
Oh, thank you. How did you fix it on the inside?
You can fix
Oh
everything.
god,
on
the
inside.
ladder is like right above the cliff.
I believe you, Bracky.
I did it.
Ow.
You
okay,
ready?
we have all our stuff. No, we need to rearrange the whole thing. Oh, you got the cassette?
That's the cassette
Okay.
I found.
I fell down.
I like this song.
I found a winch pole. Under the
It's
water.
probably one of ours that just flew out.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It happened 5 seconds ago, I already forgot.
Huh. Let's see what we're working with. Is there a winch pull up here that we can use?
There's like
There were a
2,
few
3, 4 on top. I have one on my hand. Want me to put it somewhere?
I need to use one. I want one back here, like where I am.
I just need to find where you are. Oh, okay. Like,
I just want like around here.
I'll get
stab.
some winch poles.
I got that one under the water.
If they're still here. Oh, okay.
Is there something down there?
Pack of beer.
Just gotta smoke a beer.
I'm gonna smoke the beer and drink the cigarette.
I'm gonna drink myself.
Ooh. Can I drink Bracky?
Bracky didn't say no.
Maybe I can.
I'm gonna do a bit of fixing. Oh, we're out of scrap? We're out of scrap.
It's okay, we have 35 EpiPens. Maybe you can use the EpiPens on the
Can we
car?
use the EpiPens on the RP? Okay, at least we got the ladder fixed and all the walls fixed, which is the most important parts, in my opinion. Okay.
Alright, I'm totally sober. I drank 6 beers.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, I don't know where I am. I fell down the map.
You fell out of the map?
Oh no. I think the game teleports you up in a bit.
Goodbye, world. I need to
Why'd you
smoke
get run
this.
over?
Cruel world.
I don't know what happened.
It's all your fault for getting run over.
I couldn't help it. I was trying to see the road. It's okay. I can smoke to this.
Oh, I'm almost dead.
But why?
Why would you do that?
Look at my health bar is like at the point of dead. I don't know why I'm still here.
Well, I'm seeing
Wait
a
a minute.
bunch of
I
spheres.
to drink a chicken.
Sounds like you have to eat some chicken nuggets.
I
Gonna drink
kinda
myself some chicken nuggets.
I wanna drink chicken
Yummy.
nuggets as well, but I don't
that
have it.
must be so gross, drinking chicken nugget water from cold chicken nuggets.
I mean, I've had worse.
And yeah, but that doesn't make it less gross.
Yeah.
So, do I wait for Tiora or do we?
No, I'm not dead. Like
I think you just get teleported at some point.
I don't
Or you
think
just
so.
relog, maybe. I don't know where you're gonna appear if you relog.
Okay, so let me quit to main menu and then come back.
Yeah.
Alright.
You might
Should I
lose your head.
invite you again?
I might. No, my head! This game sucks. Join.
Oh, I forgot about Bracky. Do you need to get in here, Bracky? Where are you?
Yeah. I'm behind you.
What if I'm back at the world?
I'm used to being
Space
forgotten.
Kobo.
Don't worry. Oh, you're back. Oh, wow.
I'm back. Oh my god, I'm not in void anymore. Can someone put a seatbelt on me?
Last time it threw you across the world.
Here, use that.
Where'd it go? Oh.
Nice, I have the seatbelt now. Bricky is unforgettable.
Oh.
This is fun.
I see the winch getting longer.
I just got an email.
Oh,
Something I ordered is being shipped now.
nice.
What are
Something
you ordered?
Very exciting.
Oh, there's water here. Look at this water. It's broken.
Really? I'm sorry. Oh, that you need this?
Yeah.
Oh.
This looks like some jelly. It looks like jelly pudding.
Can I lick it?
If you try hard enough.
I couldn't crouch. This game sucks.
This is a Minecraft slime in real life.
Ooh.
Are you going to the thing?
To
Yeah. I like to walk through the forest to see if there may be some scraps or something.
Okay, so what I think is going to happen is that we're going to have to drive straight off of this before it falls off.
Yeah,
cliff, 'cause
I
I saw.
assume so. Last time we just panicked and some people
Well,
fell
I got
off.
thrown off.
I got thrown off as well.
How did you get thrown off? Hello,
I
Porsche.
don't know. I think the RV was like jiggling and it touched it and I just flew away.
Okay. I will press
So I
the
think we should
button.
all be sitting down inside so we don't just get thrown away.
All right.
Well, I
Only
have to press the button.
only for this time
I'm
I'll
the
sit
cranker.
down. I want to sit the
You can keep
toilet.
the seatbelt.
It's with me.
Oh, are we moving? Okay, we're moving.
The car.
I'm totally ready to fall down. Drive.
The car.
Oh,
He was so fast. The car was lifting sideways.
yeah. 1 mile.
1
Did we
mile.
get a?
Heck
Wait.
yeah.
Oh, this
Easy.
is the exit of the cave.
Yeah.
Are we back?
Oh, there's a thing
There's
right
a
here.
ton of wooden planks here. Oh, you can't pick them up. Never mind. The grass is very big.
Yeah. Makes
Oh,
me
there's
feel like a couple.
there's another Austin cassette.
Austin,
Close
Austin, Austin,
roaded.
Austin.
You going here?
I want to listen to
No.
Austin.
Can
Cassette.
you wait for me, please?
Where's Brecky?
Hurry up, listen to it fast. Put on 4 times speed.
I'm in the car.
So Bracky doesn't listen. Where's Bracky?
I'm in the car.
I'm
Brecky's in the
not
car.
here. If you
Oh, hi,
listen to
Brecky.
it now, I won't hear it. Wait, where's Tira?
Boy.
Okay.
I don't know who's listening to this, but we got ourselves a bit of a doozy. I think I hit the breath a little too hard last time and calmed down a little too much, if you know what I mean. I think someone found me because I'm in a cellar or a basement or something.
Oh shit.
It's really dark, but I took a look around here as much as I could, and there don't seem to be no way out. At first, I thought they were taking care of me, but I've been stuck down here for hours now. The door is locked. There's a lot of weird stuff down here, too.
Oh shit.
Chains and knives and other weird implements.
I don't think I like that.
I'm just lucky I have to find strength of the Anunnaki coursing through my veins to keep me calm. I need to think of something. Wait, I feel a breeze. Where's that coming from? Okay, yeah, behind this, there's actually a window back here. It's pretty small, but maybe I can squeeze through. It's a long shot, but when the Anunnaki provide an opportunity, you take it. Gurus chocolate children. I'll see you again on the outside. I promise.
Okay, he did not yet get murdered.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one of these again. So we gotta check. Point or
Booker.
all safe?
Booker. I'm stuck at the booker.
Try to glitch through you.
15-cent gas lane.
What's this?
It's very cheap.
1920? Oh, nice, the deadly sign.
Nice.
What is down here? Oh, there's a bunch of dead RVs. Great.
That RE?
RVs?
Yeah, the frameworks are just standing here.
Oh shit.
Oh. I'm not sure what this... Are we supposed to like just drive around this?
Probably.
Because
I
I
don't
don't think
know.
we can drive up these.
I mean, what happens if we drive through? We just got a checkpoint.
Yeah.
Even though it says no trespassing, but it should be fine. I mean, we are not
Their toilet's
trespassing.
missing. They don't have a toilet.
Oh.
Skill issue.
Yeah. They just have to hold it in.
I guess we drive through.
Looks fine to me.
What's the worst that can happen?
Are we all here?
I'm not.
I'm here.
Can someone put a seatbelt on me? Nice. Now I'm safe.
Engage. Okay.
Oh, we're off the map now. The red line is gets drawn off the map.
I
Oh,
want to see. It's over there, though. I can't look at it over there.
Look at me instead.
I want to look at Bracky.
You can't. You're outside.
Oh,
So when do we look away, Bracky?
There's timber. Oh wait, we can. Wait, this button.
You should have said
Yeah.
something.
You can look.
You're facing forward. I can't see what the map is. Well, you can move your chair with the arrow keys, or WASD, I think.
Oh.
Okay, bye. I was looking at you the whole time, and I was just holding forward.
Yeah, I noticed it too late. Can you see it now?
No.
Oh god.
Go this way. Are you being dragged?
no. I'm stuck in the
What
wood.
is this? Oh, now you can look at the map if you want. Let's just follow the line.
Oh, we're just driving off. Oh, there's a next checkpoint marked.
I'm following the line, so. Oh, I see
exploded?
why it's deadly.
Are there
Just
landmines?
got blown up by a mine.
Oh, and I just drove through that shit.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm dead.
No, I am stuck. I'm stuck in the tree.
Yeah, we got mega lucky.
Oh,
Yay, I'm
I
saved.
grabbed you and I got pulled all the way to the RV, I think.
Oh, cool.
Shortcut.
Yeah.
So-
I got dragged like halfway to the RV.
So is there landmines here or something?
Yes.
I guess.
Nice.
I just hit 2 on the same way that you just drove through.
I want landmines. Oh,
Hello, line.
Okay.
oh,
They're
landmines are
just big red
visible.
buttons.
What this do?
With I love big
Okay,
red
I
buttons.
guess, are we ready?
Yeah.
I'm in the bathroom.
I'm ready.
Windows open. We were waiting for.
Thanks.
I shouldn't have found them.
Maybe
I
we should
changed
just.
us.
We have a lot of EpiPens, right? We
It's
can
because
just.
we knew about them that it happened to us. If we
Yeah.
didn't know, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Maybe we should use our body to explode the mines and then we can continue. Am I
It's 'cause
right
we
or
didn't
am I
have the
right?
Anunnaki chakras.
Oh, true. We didn't achieve absolute calm. What if I achieve absolute calm? That sounds a little bit different.
That's crazy.
Oh, you can play hide and seek in this map. Holy shit!
Are you in the grass?
I think I'm in the grass. I'm back at the RV now.
Oh,
Playing
Are
rock,
you?
paper, scissors with myself again.
Bracky's in the shitter.
Dang, keeps guessing the same as me.
Imagine if it gets as different as you. I think I'll quit the game.
That would be a funny Easter egg.
Oh yeah,
I
true.
guess explosion does an instant death.
Probably.
Wait, can I just start in 5th since we have a slope?
Oh, mega
Oh
speed.
yeah,
Oh, we're doing it.
I was waiting for it.
That was so fast. I love it.
I used the hill to start on 5th. We were zooming. Wait, why are there so many yellow ones?
Yellow ones?
Yellow?
Yeah, there's a bunch of yellow ones. There's who's this? James M Dragon.
Dragon?
Meyer Marauder.
this?
James M Dragon. Yeah, they're all yellow. That's a new color. That's why I'm curious about it.
I wonder if there's a lot of them. It just randomly assigns.
They have to be following at least. No, they don't have to be following. I did set
they
yellow to
are.
be a follow only color.
Maybe a famous.
Can I try? Can I try driving this one?
Why not?
Since I'm a kobold, I might be able to dodge all the bams.
Discord audio is clipping. Like, does it sound crunchy?
Am I a crunchy bold? Crunch.
It happens sometimes with my audio sources for some reason. I can fix it.
Crunch.
We were going so fast.
Cutting in and
Yeah.
out. Or
Well, what Brecky
So
figured that
does-
out.
maybe disable this stuff.
I just set it to 5th gear right here, and I just went for it.
Yeah, me too.
How about now?
Oh, I just saw one. Oh, I saw another one. We don't need no fucking landmines to kill us.
I don't know what's happening.
Do we need landmines? No.
I'm gonna fall out of the window in a second.
What window? We don't have any windows.
He just frames.
Can't fall out of the window. There's no window.
I thought that was a landmine.
I think that's a landmine. I think that's 2 landmines.
Oh, I see one.
I think that
I can feel one.
there was 3.
How do we go through them without triggering them?
We throw something onto the landmine?
No, like the first time we went through them without even noticing. We got pretty far.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's the
Oh,
mental.
is this why?
Put this on
Maybe that's why
again.
this bridge is here, so we can like look down at the grass.
But do we need to though?
Okay. Hello.
Welcome back, Becky.
I'm sorry I stood in the way.
It's
You don't want to get this? Okay, we got the... No, you didn't get the scrap.
It's okay. We don't need the scrap.
We do.
The explosion is just gonna explode once, and the car is gonna explode.
But what if we get through this attempt?
I'm gonna
Also,
drive.
I like doing the hammering.
Can you hammer
Make a
me
mirror
instead?
again. I can hammer you. Where are you?
Oh, it
There's a
doesn't
lot
work.
of landmines.
If I'm driving, it doesn't work. Wow.
Wow.
Alright, let me drive through the landmines again. Thank you. Now I have a seatbelt.
If you leave the car, it's gonna float midair now.
Alright, here we go.
Thank you for telling me, Calix. Appreciate it.
Calyx amazing. What happened?
No.
What
Wasn't
happened?
even
I'm out here
landmine.
clearing all the mines and you're just crashing the car.
No, I no. This one is genuinely I didn't see anything. Like I didn't even run into anything. It just explodes.
You ran into the side of the canyon.
I guess third gear is good. This is the speed of the third gear.
Surely there's a garage afterwards. What if we find Austin here? What if we just pick up Austin and bring him
Yeah.
home?
I feel like that might be possible.
I cleared a lot of landmines.
What if this one? What if there's like an extra one that just explodes?
You stand on the open field.
Is that not a landmine? No, it's just shadow.
I'm trying to look. Tura's driving faster than I'm walking.
Oh, I'm apparently you can drive in second gear. That's like pretty good,
This seems fine.
right?
Oh, you know where we stopped to get Tira?
Uh huh. Uh huh.
There was a landmine under the RV where we stopped right here.
Oh.
And we never triggered it.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
I can't believe we got through here the first time.
It's because we weren't looking. If we would have looked, it would have happened.
Yeah, it's the mental. If you think there's no landmines, there actually is no landmines.
I'm also about to die.
I mean,
Yeah.
same goes for the RV.
I'm looking.
I'm following where you guys are jumping.
It seems pretty free here.
Okay, you can see him with the plank.
Yeah.
Like a gazelle.
Like a giraffe.
I think it's pretty clear over here.
Looks clear
Yeah,
to
and then
me.
This is
goes
very
up
tall
here.
grass.
So do I just go fifth gear
Let's
here?
just drive on this ancient building here.
We have to go up this thing.
Okay.
Is that a
sounds like
spotlight?
Great idea.
Okay, let me get
Oh,
inside.
it's one of these again.
You wanna get
Let me
inside?
get inside.
Yeah, I'm breaking. I'm
You're
breaking.
too close to the edge.
Oh,
Okay, let me wait.
I'm
I'm
waiting.
stuck in an RV. Okay. Wait. Okay, I'm in.
I'm here to press the crank.
Oh, we don't have a door to close.
I'm here to press Frank.
Crank.
You can go forward. Stop.
Crank.
Let's see what happens. The crank disappeared.
I'm
I should probably
tightening
go
the
inside.
wheels while you're spinning the wheels.
What's the worst that can happen?
Oh,
I
music.
think this might be the ending. It looked like there was a spotlight up there. Was it the sun? That's the sun.
Is this a good idea?
I mean, the car is only making a little bit of
Can we-
noise.
I feel like this is gonna break down and we're gonna fall to our death.
Hopefully.
Probably.
I can see myself in the mirror. Oh,
Oh. That doesn't look right. Oh, the car survived. First gear go.
Oh my god. Good?
We're good. Can someone push the car a little
I
bit?
made it to the top.
The car didn't.
But how? We didn't.
Okay, I guess I'll see alone what's happening up here.
You wanted to leave us alone all the time. Now you have the chance.
I was just looking around while Harvey decided to fucking kill itself.
The RV just goes forward. I didn't. I was on park all the time.
I was thinking like I should probably grab the winch and like tie it to the wall, but I wasn't thinking fast enough. I guess we have to do that again.
Probably.
We're not dead yet.
I am.
Well, maybe we can't bring down the
Hello.
thing anymore.
I jumped off. I rolled past you guys.
I don't even see
I wanted
you.
to try to walk up just to see what's there.
I want to find a landmine.
I saw
know.
something, but then I turned around so I wouldn't see too much.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, we should not. We should not see it first
I can
because
press restart from checkpoint if you want to do that.
I'd say yes.
I would
I
say
don't know what Tora wants.
I want a landmine. But I don't see any landmines.
I don't think there's landmines here.
Oh, this game sucks. Well, I guess we have to restart for a checkpoint then.
No landmine for you.
Hmm. Angry cobalt noises. I wanna explode.
Okay, we grabbed the scrap again.
Scrap.
Right, how about this time we don't need to explode all the landmines and I'll just book it.
I'm gonna get the burger pack so we can celebrate. Once
We have
hit
so many
the end.
burgers inside.
But we need more.
Yeah, it's never enough. I need
gonna be
12.
Big burger party.
I need 12 burger.
Are we good?
I'm ready to drive.
I'm getting the repair hammer 1 second.
Wow, it's fixed. Alright, I'm
Are we
driving.
repaired yet?
I'm
Where's
driving. Zeus is exploding the
blowing up
landmines.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I see the I see the thing.
The plank. How's the landmine going?
Stop.
What?
Back. I saw a landmine.
Is there actually a landmine?
And you want to go... Oh, it's right here.
I saw it right in front of the RV.
Wow.
See, I'm doing something.
Breaky has always been doing something. I just like exploding. I should just keep going.
Wait, can you stop? I can go up the top of the RV maybe, just to be a
Just
second
don't go in the
security.
tall grass. The tall grass has a lot of landmines.
I thought the tall
Like the very
grass
tall
is.
grass.
I thought the tall grass has no landmines.
Alright.
It has a lot of them.
Alright, then I'll just.
I'm up.
The second gear doesn't work. I hate it. Alright, here we go. If I do zigzag, there should be no
Oh, there's
landmines
one to
around.
the left, but you drove around it.
Nice.
If you do zigzag, you'll get more landmines. Covering more area.
No, it's fine. I'm dodging more areas as well.
Oh, there's one. There's one.
Where's
You want
theirs?
to be more right?
Okay.
Oh, you're on the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only getting what I see.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. You're clearing up enough that it's not a difficulty to drive around the ones that we see.
I think from down here, the landmines are gone.
Yeah, there wasn't any down there.
Looks
I don't
like
see
it.
any either. We can go.
So I can run. I can run over Zeus now.
Yeah.
No. I'm too strong. Watch.
The plague hit me a little bit. Game audio's crunchy now. I have to go properties.
Go left. Left.
So like
Left.
something that doesn't make sense.
Left.
Left?
You're good. You're good.
Properties.
Alright, maybe not
Right.
too front this time, I feel like.
Okay.
And that should be fixed.
No, you have to go forward a bit.
You're so helpful.
Oh, just a little bit more? Okay.
Yeah. Half of that more. That should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, can we winch it?
I feel
No,
like, yeah, I was thinking about winching it
we
to
winch
the
it?
ground.
Pole.
Well, we have
Oh,
a bunch of winch pole on top.
It works.
I mean, I
Just
guess we
put it
can
on the
winch
side
it.
for some
we
reason.
We can winch it here.
We have more winch poles. No.
I want to winch there.
Maybe we can do it on the side once we start moving it. Should I press the crank?
Just a second.
Are you ready?
Well, let me sit on the driver's seat.
Maybe we should all be sitting down so it doesn't think of us as items.
I'm ready.
Maybe because stuff was rolling around inside.
Probably.
It's going. Okay, you winched it on a pole. Oh, the great start. What is this?
Oh, the pole stayed in the air.
I love this
Oh
game
my
so
god,
much.
that looks hilarious.
Okay, time
Wonderful.
to
Oh, that's what happened.
kill the RV.
Make it fly.
Yeah, how do we make it fly, actually?
I want to sit inside of it. Oh, too late.
No, I can throw in.
If we get another controller, we could do both at the same time.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm doing it.
You can do that from inside.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
Okay, you got
Okay.
it.
I'm pulling front.
I'm pulling rear then.
It's like a theme park ride.
It's so good.
Broken. Oh my god, I'm getting sick. Just in time.
Imploded. Oh, I love the winch. The winch wall just stays on. Oh fuck. This game is amazing.
Okay.
Well, I guess winch pole is a bad idea.
Yeah. That was funny though.
Yeah.
I'm a little bad about that.
Back to the fucking 925.
Exploding mines.
Do we not have a wielding station here?
I don't think
No.
there is.
I guess not.
All of them but one have been inside a garage.
Well, I guess we can listen to Austin Basement again. It's kind of sad though. Austin Basement doesn't have Are We Your Way.
Not that he's being abducted and kept inside a basement. It's just like, no, a wheel away.
Are We Your Way? I'm inside the basement. Alright, here we go.
I'm going to the roof. 1 second.
Alright, fifth
Stop
gear
it.
this time.
Stop the count.
No.
Alright, I'm ready.
Alright, fifth gear, baby. Non-stop, easy.
Can't be worse than the cave.
Yeah, this one is way easier. Oh.
I think there's another one over here. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there's one. Oh.
There's a mine right behind you. There's a mine right behind you.
Oh. Wait.
Wait, let me look at it. Oh
it's
my
under
god,
the
how
pipe.
does this load? Hey?
It
No.
go forward and left.
Yeah, drive forward.
I kind of want to. First gear, go. I'm on third gear.
No, it's like I was literally right below the wheel.
It's so hard to change gears.
You can hold space to brake. Oh. I'm tight.
I'm coming.
I have a car. How are you feeling?
I'm back.
I gave you drugs.
Thank you.
I should drive with my head backwards.
You should drive through this high grass.
I probably should.
Now you're gonna blow up.
And then Zeus is gonna be doing under the 925.
Zeus is gonna leave and ban you.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
This
I
is
don't
fine.
see anything.
Well, I'm just gonna let the car roll on its own.
Oh,
No, we're in the tall grass. Alright.
that was enough. Enough stress.
Was it though?
I think that's all of them. My eye hurts for some reason.
Uh-oh. I'm driving. We need to find Zeus.
Oh, to the right here. Right, the other right. That was very close.
Is there a bomb somewhere?
Yeah, you can run over Zeus now.
Alright, okay. You can run over Zeus now. Turns around.
Yeah, I can go in the back and I can be toxic to Zeus.
Alright, let me just drive to that.
I'm emoting.
There you go. Default dance.
Yeah, you can go forward. Stop.
Alright,
That
I'm
looks
on
good.
park this time and I'm not even letting the car like I'm
Can
not
you
even
go
starting the
forward
engine.
Just a tiny bit more.
Should I? I mean, I feel like if I go
Do we
forward a
leave?
tiny bit more and then it fell down to the front again. I think this is fine.
Oh, surely it's fine.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Ooh.
We should all sit in this seat here, in the
Yeah.
quad seat. That would be more fun.
I'm just gonna
Well,
180.
If we're all here, there's no chance of us saving it.
It's fine. We trust in the game's physics, right?
Wait.
I'm holding space.
Where are you? Oh, you're in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
I think we just clipped through it the last time.
No,
Maybe.
it jumped. It jumped forward and then it just jumped forward again. Then it fell out.
Yeah.
Really? It's crazy.
This game's perfect. We love it.
The ride is so smooth inside, but outside you're just fucking shit's shaking.
Oh. Hey! Holy shit, it's so safe.
We did it.
We did it easy. Alright, we need lights for this. Okay. Alright, we're going.
Wait, where are we? Where are we driving to?
I don't know.
There.
Where are
We're
we?
going there.
Is this floating fence?
Is it floating fence?
Oh, it is.
That fence is definitely floating.
Yeah.
This fence isn't.
We're outside of the map. We're outside of like the white part of the map.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be here?
Unfortunately, it doesn't. Well, that's where the sign goes, right?
Yeah.
This is where the road goes, anyways. This is where we
So-
would have gone if the mountain wasn't blocked.
Yeah.
There's so many dead RVs here, though.
Ooh, are we at the checkpoint? Is this checkpoint?
Looks
There's a stop
like a
sign.
checkpoint.
Oh, this is a checkpoint.
Ooh, look at the amount of
Or at
scraps.
least
Oh.
there's...
Holy shit.
I think I found Austin.
Wait, really?
I can take his hat.
Where's
I'm
Brecky?
taking the glasses. Do you want to unlock them, maybe?
Where's Brecky?
In this building behind Darby.
Oh.
I guess Tira didn't get to see how he looked in full glory.
Oh. I have
Oh, you
Austin.
can pick him up.
Take him.
We need to bring
Put him on the
Austin.
top.
Put him on a chair.
Put him on the top. We don't need this wheel.
I guess we.
Yeah,
I don't
first
know if
name
I can put it on the
Bart.
top.
Thank you for the raid. More raids.
Heck yeah. More
We're
raid.
driving.
Oh.
Can you not place him? You can. Wait, can we put him in the back?
I don't know. Would be more
Well,
fun.
these guys have a bathroom.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, that works.
Hope you had a good stream. I assume you're playing more Dram 3.
We need this.
Yeah, this game is very silly.
I love it. Hello, Raiders. To
There was
Brecky.
also a cassette in there. Did you get the cassette?
I have it in
No.
my hand. I'm waiting for everyone.
Okay.
Where's the
I
cassette?
just wanted to repair.
I want the Aoe.
The cassette is called Escape.
Oh. So Austin
Oh,
did
there's
it.
a lot of oil here.
Yeah, but there's no red.
We're good.
Yeah, but there's a lot of it. We could hold it.
Do not enter. Private property. No trespassing. You made it to level 16 yesterday? Nice. GG. Yeah, this game is incredibly janky.
In all the good ways.
What if I just throw the cassette away?
No, I want to listen to the cassette. I want the cassette.
Oh, I tried to go on the top, but I fell down.
Beer. Drink.
These cassettes are telling a story about Austin, who is showing us how we can reach full calm, but then he passed out in the forest and got abducted and got stuck in a basement of a murderer. And we're about to find out how it continues.
Nice.
Once everyone is here.
I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Zeus is still sorting
here.
stuff.
He's crying.
Run! It's crazy. Stay away from the valley. I do not get. Save me.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Chaka.
Oh, that's depressing.
No.
Austin?
Oh.
I guess Austin reached absolute calm.
I wouldn't call that calm.
Honestly,
The
I
bug would
wouldn't.
work.
I mean, I didn't hear him complain at the end.
Yeah, you went out with a Scorchaka.
Gorshchaka child.
Where's Austin?
At the back.
He's in the RV.
Look.
Oh, where?
Here.
He's over here.
What? Oh, there!
Yeah.
I wanted to see if I can put the hat on him.
Oh.
Oh my god, if you pick him up, his face is like right in the camera.
It just looks at you.
mean, that's just a body. It could be anybody.
True.
I'm
So is
with
there
the
gonna be a boss
cassette.
fight?
Oh, but we don't have anything that we can use. No guns.
RV boss fight?
What if this becomes like a
Drive over.
gunfire reborn boss fight?
Is Tyra here?
No.
You're gonna throw beer cans at him.
Now I am.
Okay, I guess you're at the top. We're entering to do not enter. We get a
Nice.
little music.
Even
Checkpoint
more
reached.
nice.
Game saved.
We go left.
We go left. Oh,
It's a helicopter.
Helicopter. Ooh.
there's a helicopter. Yep. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
RV boss fight.
Oh my god, it is RV boss fight. Oh, we need to fix it.
Oh,
I'm
Are
fixing
we
it.
entering Area 51?
We could be. I'm
There's
fixing the car.
music?
Yeah, there's
it's
a
implied
music.
that we drove through here to get to the camping, by the way. So,
Oh my god, Jesus.
oh. How am I supposed to react to that?
This is fine.
Fine.
I'm fixing the
Why
car.
Tyra's just hammering me.
No, I'm
There's a
trying,
tree.
I'm trying to fix the car.
There's a tree in the car.
I'm just trying to get out, but Tyra's just murdering me.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to fix the car.
It's getting
Attack
maybe,
Ventura.
I'm trying
maybe
to.
we'll just stay here. So, ow!
Oh. Hey, we got up.
Oh, now you hit.
No, now I can
still
fix
can't
it.
Get out.
Oh, there's a tunnel down here.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's only a rocket launcher to the RV. No big deal. Do we go 5th gear out there?
I could.
I believe in Zeus.
We go
Oh,
inside?
this is the checkpoint. Alright, I have the hammer ready.
Are you here, Braggy?
Brecky's
1
outside.
second.
Yeah, we had to go through here to get to the campsite because of where the cave is.
Looks like it. Over here doesn't really have like a road.
Maybe the highway is underground.
Well, we saw the exit. We passed by the exit before the mines.
But maybe there's another exit.
What if there's alternate ending in this map?
There was a tunnel under the ramp, which made me curious. Okay, I'm driving slowly because I'm in 5th gear.
Alright, here we go. I have my hammer ready.
Me too.
Whoa, speed! Oh, that was quick. I'm fixing it, I'm fixing it. Look, the car survived, I'm fixing it still.
I just want to get
Okay,
out
we
and
should
see what's going on.
No, no getting out
I
loud.
can't get out.
Goodbye, cruel world. Did I pull
No,
you
we
out?
go down with the car, I'm fixing it.
I can't pull Tira out of the seat.
Oh,
Tira just
I can't open the window.
pick me.
You can fix the car.
Yeah, see, the car is
Do they
fine.
shoot at us now?
I
Or
think
still
so.
just
I think they
the
shoot
RV?
at the RV.
Oh,
I
we're
think
out
we
of
should do just
scraps.
restart the checkpoint.
There was a tunnel down here.
It was on the other bridge. There's 2 bridges.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
I'm winching it.
What if we just go down here?
Oh! The car
Just walk?
flew.
I think
Just
we'll
wa-
just destroy the RV.
It is aiming at our RV instead of us.
We just get in and drive.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
Get in.
first gear, I guess.
yeah. We had to react to where they explode.
What if we just go full speed?
That's what I was doing earlier.
We did that.
No, like there, if you just went, you would have already been.
I was going pretty fast on his gear, like the last round that he caught us.
Shoot. Oh no.
I'm hammering. I'm hammering.
What do they have against us?
I have no idea.
Do they know they're Austin?
Is it because we? Yeah. Is it because we brought Austin?
It's probably meant to be like he only cares about his property. He's
Oh.
Yeah. We're probably just invading Area 51.
Well, I'm fixing it still. Oh. It's okay. I'm hammering. I'm hammering.
Oh,
What are we looking at?
Oh, we're out of scraps.
that's fine.
The music kicks in. And I'm
I think we're stuck in the railing. Although,
oh,
yeah, we're off with the wheel.
this is
Oh.
fine.
Go!
Go! I
think we're
believe in
missing wheels.
Zeus. Are we?
That's fine, we just gotta go. Yeah.
Grush Jacka child.
Oh no.
This is fine.
I think I was supposed to go like second or third gear.
Probably. I used up all the scrap.
This might be difficult.
Maybe. Or you could try using second gear because it feels like you can just start with second gear. Ooh. Ooh, what a juke.
It's reverse.
It's fine. I'm fixing the car.
The poles.
The thing is, changing gears is so hard.
Yeah. Like they move around so much.
He hit our front.
It's okay, I'm fixing it. I'm the Kobo engineer.
What?
Whoa! It's okay, I'm fixing the car, it's fine.
Can you restart the tech?
Are we upside down?
Yeah. Were you not even paying attention to the game?
No, I was distracted for a second. There's nothing really much for me to do.
Ooh.
Right.
Ricky, wanna try?
I would probably be the worst person to drive here.
Oh, you never know. There could be like a latent power from Brecky driving. I vote Brecky drive this one. Brecky will fly you? Hmm.
the pattern seems to change.
It's the same, no?
No.
The first one's always the same. Maybe it's how far we are when you start to like run.
That one didn't feel the same.
The first one was.
Go full speed and just see what happens.
The thing is that changing gears is so hard.
I wouldn't know. I would just run through the roof. What?
What happened? I was fixing the car.
Are we supposed to fall down here?
There's a lot of different paths.
I'm confused.
But it's annoying how easily you can just fly off. I feel like this game could have just ended there and it would have been fine.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
The RV's stuck. Push it out.
It's a hard time hearing you over these sounds.
The music do be kinda loud.
Should I come back and push as well?
I'm in.
Helicopters just shooting up the roof. I got it.
Oh, I hear Halo. Oh, that's why I hear Halo.
Are you in?
I'm in.
No,
I don't see
I let
Bricky.
you run me over.
Is there anything we can pick up here? Just...
Not too sure.
Oh, I haven't really checked, but I didn't see anything.
No.
There's a way behind here.
I think we just have to go up.
Nothing. Oh, I need help.
Where are you?
I went down behind the wood. Thank you.
I got the bucket.
Great soft lock there.
Well, having nothing here is kind of rough now.
Over in? we have oil that we can put in the engine. So I can't see.
Let me see. Oh, I found it. I did need uppies.
I want uppies.
There's so many burgers, it's incredible.
We should eat them.
Do we not have to get off on the right? Let's see. Oh, okay, that works.
Hello, we're stuck.
Whoa. I'll push it. Whoa, speed.
No, I just lost control.
No.
Right, well, like I realized when it's at 5th gear, the car loses control very easily.
Does it say that?
We need all the burgers for our party once we get through here.
Yeah. Can I try once? Like, driving the car?
Yeah.
I'll give it a try. And the breaky once too.
I take a guess.
Alright, are we ready?
I would almost say that we save the scraps until we are safe down there. I don't know.
Probably. Whoa,
Getting
Celeste
Celeste.
the
all the raids
Dragoness.
today. Hello,
Dragon.
Celeste.
Many
Thank you
dragon. Oh
for
my
the
god.
raid.
Get raided, Bracky nerd.
Get ready,
got
Bracky
raided.
nerd.
Welcome back, Johnny.
And
Hello, Mercy.
Merrick.
Merrick.
Merrick. TTV, thank you. I
Hello,
also got a follow from them.
Kaz. Hello, Celeste.
So many dragon. Alright, here we go. I'm giving it a try.
All the follows. Hope you had a good stream.
The first one's always breaks to on the right.
Hello, E.
Or he did last 40 times.
Hello, Sorrel. Welcome on in. We're currently playing one person drives, one person hammers, and the other person does nothing simulator. I'm the person that does nothing.
I can hammer you.
I can hammer
Go
Bracky.
away. Now I have a nice view. Look, I'm doing something.
Oh my god, the ground.
Go to the right. The right has a ramp.
Okay. I guess we go here.
It's the third time I repaired that side. The back is being...
I'd say only do what you can to see it down. Yeah, we're out.
Well,
I guess
well,
I'm
it's
trying.
Well, I don't have a follow notification, so I don't...
There was like a hole there.
Oh, so I don't know which. I muted myself on Discord
Oh.
to reply to
Oh.
the follow. So I don't know if you heard me.
I didn't hear
Thank you.
anything from you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we didn't hear...
I muted myself because I assumed they would be in my chat because I didn't see they followed you at the same time.
It's okay.
I didn't want to say thank you on your chat.
Think you're supposed to repair here?
You're supposed to repair what?
Repair the
Like,
car?
With
Put
what?
engine oil.
Where?
You guys want to repair for a little bit? Or do I continue?
I mean, I guess we could fix the wheel a tiny bit.
Oh, there is a doo-doo up here.
Oh, there's something up there?
No,
What's that?
a welding station
Oh, nice.
and a ton of motor oil.
Is there?
Up here, up
Yes.
here. Ooh, and a revive station as well. Let me drive up there real quick then.
I'm getting a motor
Oh.
oil.
Oh, you picked me up.
I didn't mean to.
Oh, I didn't know you were doing that. There's no scrap though.
Yeah.
I got the scrap already.
Oh,
Alright, I think here is fine. I'll stop here for a bit. There's like two different routes here, right? Hmm.
no, I think it's the tube. This one on the left is where we would have gone if we went fast.
Hello, Shane. Welcome.
Hmm. I guess I tried going forward now. Like the up, like
Yeah.
going up here. This one.
Because if you look over here, this is like where we would have jumped up if we were going fast enough, but we went through the bottom.
Oh, right. So going straight should
I
be the
see.
way to go.
Yeah,
I want to see a speed run of this game. Thanks for the boop and the pets.
I got the spoil
I mean,
and the
I'd like to see a
chin
glitch in the
screech.
speedrun. A glitch speedrun probably just launches the RV all the way to the end.
Yeah, probably.
That would be funny.
That would
I
still
w-
be funny to see.
I want to watch that. All right, here we
Maybe after
go.
we're done, we can watch a speed run.
You do get to the end, but you don't get to the end.
Just drive on it.
I'm driving. Steady rain, hi Kobo. We. Oh!
Oh, great. I love bumping a piece of wood and then just everything falls off. It's great.
Oh my
I'm
god,
trying to drive, but, like twisting my chair.
this is fine.
You just have to get up the ramp and then...
Yeah, don't go fifth gear here.
I try to
It's
go
not a
third
fifth,
gear.
but you don't have any speed for fifth gear.
Yeah. The gear changing is so weird.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a... Yeah, it's a Dr. Spectre emote. I know that guy.
Oh, there's a cave.
Nice. Guess we're going to the cave.
We even saved Austin.
Yeah, we got Austin here. Unless that's not Austin, then I don't know who that is.
What if it's not Austin? What if it's Paul?
Yeah,
Oh, there's another repair station here.
Okay, nice. I would love Austin to be like
It's a checkpoint.
Saving!
nice. I would like Austin to be alive, honestly.
Well, he got shot twice.
Yeah, but still.
He didn't align his Anunnaki chakras enough.
Yeah, Anunnaki didn't save him.
Oh, we're out.
Make sure to call Sally cute. Wow.
I thought it was somewhere.
But Sally is dragon. Oh, I think all dragons are cute. So.
Okay. Well, I think we repaired all we could.
Out
Yeah.
of order.
And there's no heads here.
I guess we can
We
put
have like 3
in.
oil inside the RV.
We can just like throw it in, I guess.
There's just more shoot.
It's just gonna fly out the next time we take a turn.
It's okay. Alright, I'll keep driving. I'll give it a try.
Do we need the hamburger?
I mean, we don't have scrap anymore.
No. Do we need like to heal?
Mm,
I
all
have
good in
just
health?
a tiny bit of broken bone.
Okay.
I'm
That's
full
fine.
health.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not a big deal.
I couldn't. Okay, here we go.
You're gonna die either way.
We just got a
No,
checkpoint.
we need to believe.
That doesn't really matter. I wish there was another seat at the front here.
You can just stand there so whenever the front brakes you fly out.
It's great.
That's what happened to me. When did it happen? Before the fire
I
area.
remember that you like fell out of the window and down the cliff.
Is this a ramp?
I think so.
Maybe a
I
ramp.
can't see.
No.
Oh, we might have to press the thing here. Oh, the door's gone. Oh no, it just goes.
Ah,
Whee!
get in.
I'm trying to drive forward. There's too much
So does
momentum.
Oh,
Oh no! RV.
I couldn't do anything.
right.
I'm driving.
I got
Okay,
you.
okay. Alright, I know where to go. I know where to go.
Get in the seat.
I'm sitting on the toilet and I got a coffee in my hand.
I'm going in. Going in.
I'm drinking the coffee.
Oh, go full. Go fifth gear.
Now I can't see what's going on. I'm so sad.
Oh, I think we lost a wheel.
It's fine.
No. It would show at the top, right?
I saw a wheel pop up then disappear.
I hate
think that was because it
Mondays.
fell off.
That's great.
Well, I don't know where I'm going. This is like
Oh,
open
no.
field.
This
You
means I
can get
can.
out.
Watch this. You cannot hit this. I'm zigzagging. You cannot hit anything. You cannot hit something that's zigzagging.
I don't know where to go.
Well, I mean, there's holes there, I guess.
To the right. Tunnel.
Yeah, there's a like,
I'm zigzagging.
like Mario.
There's like fake holes. This is the right one.
Right, there's a revive station up here. And 2 planks.
Oh, we have to leave. Oh, I think we have
Oh
to
no.
make a map.
Is it even possible to do that?
I'm not in. Can you back
Oh.
up a little bit?
I have to dodge the bullets. I'm dodging. I'm dodging.
Can you try it?
All right, going in. I cannot hear anything, so I'm just gonna go for it. No.
Oh, looks like we got someone else addicted to slots. You're broke now.
Oh, oh.
I guess you have to keep watching. So you get more points.
The scheme worked. Now you have to keep watching.
Now you're gonna be rich in points.
You're addicted to Joker poker.
Okay, full health. Oh! Stop the oil.
I guess I'll try again. The
That
drag.
doesn't matter. This thing is gonna fall off and all the motor oil is immediately gonna go.
I know. That's why I didn't do it the first time.
Off we go.
I'm in.
Oh, you
Yeah,
can
we're
play
good.
slots on Zeus chat.
Whoa, Zeus Chat has slots? Oh my god.
I don't have.
This Calyx Dragon has 110 from the slots.
Whoa.
I don't think I've ever set up slots. Maybe it's like a default feature in my bot.
I think
Your
it's
butt?
part of the stream avatar thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's Brecky's butt. Sorry, it's Zeus's butt.
Wait, why did it use my name though? Both Stream Avatar and my bot are set to use my bot's name.
It did use Lily
I don't
Bot.
know.
Oh, it did use me? Okay, never mind. I saw the picture on the left, which is my picture. I'm like, that's me.
Maybe it shows your. It comes for your
that
chat.
picture just tells you where the
Yeah.
chat is from. Oh, it only works
just saw
once.
It,
But I do not want to exit.
I tried
is
picking
kind of
you up and you
epic,
just
though.
flew off to the side.
this is so weird, this one.
Now we're fresh air again. You should throw a blanket.
So many things just flies off.
I got the motor oil. I'm so close.
Alright, here we go.
Goodbye, motor oil.
I got another one. Oh, that one went backwards. Oh wow, we've gone so far off the side.
I got off.
Oh, Bricky got off?
That was a bad idea.
Sorry, Bricky.
Oh my god, this helicopter is like 90 degrees.
Wait. Let me get back and get Bricky.
Wait, let me get out so I can put the ramp.
Oh,
No,
okay.
It's fine, it's fine.
Let me. You out? Okay. I'll
You
go
don't
get
have
Bricky.
to get me.
No, I
Since
have to get
helicopter
Bricky.
doesn't focus.
I need both dragons here, or else I don't feel safe.
I
But you
think
have
you can
none
be
of them
safe
right
in the pipe, so you can just go.
Where's Brecky?
I'll be there.
I'm at the jumping ramp. I'll just spin around here to wait for you, I guess. I'm trying to find Brecky.
You won't find me. Don't worry about me. I'll be there. Just get in. Yeah.
Alright, then I'll keep going then.
Yeah, just go. I'm right.
Alright, I'm going up. Ooh, 3 planks.
And you missed 2 of them.
I don't know how I managed to do that.
These should be a good distance though. Yeah.
Alright, let's get in a little bit more and then you guys can get in. It's still shooting at me though.
Yeah, just keep going, I guess. He doesn't shoot at us.
I'm zigzagging.
I think he's done.
Okay, he's done?
Yeah, music stopped.
Alright,
He's
okay.
still there. Oh yeah,
Hurry up, Brecky.
I'm on park.
thank you. I'm being carried. Just like
I was hoping you would
Dota.
go out the other
He's
side.
always carrying everyone.
Zeus is so strong.
I need to eat some chicken nuggets.
I'm fine.
We have burger time.
Yeah.
Oh, do we cook burger here?
I'm trying to grab them.
I kind of want to.
Drinking the nuggies.
We should eat burger here, don't we?
Well,
Oh, safe.
we just hit a checkpoint.
Nice. I'm eating chicken biscuits. Yo, chicken biscuits? Dang.
From a can?
Never heard of that.
I want to drink chicken biscuits. I mean, we're drinking chicken nuggets in this game.
I think we just dropped the coffee cup when we're done with it.
Maybe that's why we're getting pursued by a helicopter. We're just littering. Oh,
Nice.
easy.
How it went up and it didn't move forward, it just... Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
there's a ramp here. No, stop.
Do I need to stop?
Okay. I'm good. I'm here.
Oh, did you get off your seat?
Yeah, I thought that was the end, so I got off to see what's going on.
Alright, I'll keep going. Did we make it?
There's a thing to our right.
We're in the desert now.
I think these are the credits.
Oh,
Nuggets
guess we did it.
entertainment. It's like,
road closed.
to the right here, dead end, road closed.
What's stopping me from going in there? I have a car.
Barbed
Barbed wire
wire.
in the fence.
Can I drive through this one? I mean,
No,
we already
probably
reached a
not.
checkpoint, so...
I mean, try it
Okay,
out.
they...
Ow.
You get squished too.
Okay, they are way more stronger than I thought. Wait.
Are you dead?
No.
Oh.
Oh, not dead.
I've been lied to. I cannot believe it.
Look how pristine our RV is.
Yeah. It's so good. Full of ventilation.
Wait. Put it on fifth. Yeah.
Alright,
I
fifth
wonder
gear.
if we could get to fifth gear. It's gonna start so slow. Unless I push it.
You can try. I think we can push the car in the car.
I want to stay on the top.
Oh wait, I'm picking up speed.
Oh, we don't have a ladder.
Wait, I'm not picking
Can I
up
push it
speed
from
actually.
side?
Yeah, you can.
Wait, can you be it?
I'm on 5th gear. Why is Brecky faster than I am?
Maybe I have more gears than you, man.
Ah, no, you're leaving me.
Oh,
Goodbye.
I thought you're in the car.
Oh. I was pushing from the outside.
Oh, I can do 2nd gear.
Am I still holding you now?
Right,
I'll just stand
2nd.
here. Thanks for the blab.
Blab?
Goodbye.
But how did he put his helicopter in a train track?
Skill issue? Oh, 2 to 5
put me
works.
off. No.
Wee! I'm on 5th gear, let's go!
Why am I bugging around?
Oh my god, I'm losing control.
Oh, Susan's holding me. Oh
Right,
my
we
god.
We need lights here. Oh,
Oh god.
we did
That's the
it!
end.
Easy. Only took us 4 sessions. Or 3, I forgot.
I was worried what was left after we got out of that cave. But it was much more reasonable. We are there.
We are finally there.
Now we can play the second map.
Oh wow. Just nothing? Okay.
Did we do the second map now?
I wish there was like some extra thing for bringing.
Oh yeah. I wish there's like
Or,
a score system or something.
Yeah,
So
some
what's the map?
extra
What's the hats things
cutscene
for?
that shows us.
Furry 323, hi.
Why do we need to unlock the hats? What do we get for unlocking the hats? Can we swap hats?
I mean, I
What is
found
the
a.
hats?
We have a pink headphones. That's like the best hat.
Where do you see hats?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's no hats here. Is it only accessible in game? Wow.
Can you see it in game?
I'm not in game currently. I'm being like I'm in.
What if I
Oh,
load game?
there's
before I go
gearbox
to the last
sensitivity.
place?
That should
I'm
help.
gonna try loading our file.
It should
Uh,
bring us to the helicopter getting killed scene, I think.
Well, we'll find out. Yes.
I started the second map to see if I could see my hats, but I can't see my hats.
Maybe only in Brecky's session.
Do you want to start the second map?
I'm feeling hungry.
said-
How long has it been? It's been 4 hours.
Oh, is there only 2 maps?
Yeah, there's only 2 maps.
Scam. Nah, one map took us like 4 sessions. I mean, sometimes you're just gonna floor it, it works. Or sometimes you just...
Oh, you jump higher with this.
Oh?
Sorry. I'm just messing around at the starting area of the next map.
Oh, I was hoping the game would be like, since we saved Austin.
We didn't save him, he's fucking dead.
we saved his bones.
Saved them.
We saved him. We did our thing. We did the thing.
I'm surprised those cassettes still work, considering that like he was completely rotten, but the tapes were still fine.
I mean, the tapes are pristine. It's made of steel. It doesn't rot. I don't know why I'm talking.
What do we do now? I
don't
kind of
know.
want to get some food.
Yeah, I'm feeling dinner as well, but
You can't have dinner, it's 3 a.m.
it's 6:37 a.m. p.m. p.m.
11:30 a.m.
I want food. I crave pizza. I want pizza.
I don't know what that is.
Pineapple and pizza.
Oh.
Make sure to post it on Twitter.
to hate farm the engagement. Twitter is just full.
Rage baiting is what the cool people call it.
Oh yeah, rage baiting, right? I guess I'm not cool enough. We need
Zeus is
to.
playing the game without us.
Wow, I cannot
Not really
believe it.
playing, I'm just messing around.
Are you gonna keep going, Zeus?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I probably can't stay awake on stream if you guys are leaving.
What if
Okay.
I give you pizza?
You're gonna pay for American pizza? American pizza is
Who do
expensive.
we raid?
I don't think I can. Okay, maybe not American pizza. I mean, pizza here is already super duper expensive.
You can buy American pizza in the store here. It's like, it's disgusting. I
Oh,
don't
no.
like it.
Oh
But
no!
it's probably not like, it's probably just stereotypical.
I don't know what. I just meant like pizza over here, like buying it from places is expensive because they just charge you for everything.
Everything as in all the toppings on top of the pizza, they charge you for that?
Yeah. Like, it's expensive to start. Like, it'll be like $16 for a medium pizza, and then it'll be like $2 per topping. And
That's
if you want delivery,
ridiculous.
it'll be
Dang.
another
To be
$6.
fair, I haven't ordered pizza in a while. I know that we have the same system. I just don't know how expensive it is anymore. All
And
players
then they
have
may
died.
expect you to tip.
Peak reached. Yeah, we reached the peak in RV there yet.
I just shot through the door. Okay.
I guess we can rate Bracky.
I'm not gonna keep going. I'm gonna stop.
But you have to stream Art and/or Mario and/or Celeste
Celeste?
What if I stream Hightail? Everyone hates
Ooh.
that game.
and/or Minecraft.
I
I was thinking,
Mm-hmm.
since Bracky had said that he knows and/or might want to set up a server, we could use the Dragon Ascension mod in a server.
Ooh.
What's that mod?
It's the one that Tiora was playing like 6-ish months ago.
I
It
remember
was
that.
Where
where
you're
you
a dragon.
be like a
Hmm.
small dragon and
and they become big. It's a Dragon Survivor mod. That one is really good. I like it.
I don't know if
I'm just throwing ideas out.
I don't know if it would be that exciting. It would just be play Minecraft but dragon.
I mean, that's people play Minecraft, but Minecraft all the time.
Yeah, but I don't know if that would be enough incentive for me.
Fair
We
enough.
could add create. We could add every single mod that everyone adds every time, like Applied Energistics, and
Create breaks my brain.
create is fun.
It is, but my one single brain cell cannot keep up.
You gotta train
You
your brain
did pretty
cells.
well.
Did
You just
I?
had a lot of people yelling at you in chat.
That's
but
kind
you
of
did
true,
just
actually.
fine.
And instead of having a bunch of people in chat scream at you, I can scream at you. And somehow that'll be better.
Hey, if it's someone that I know well, screaming at me is fine. Hey, we got
Oh
more
no,
raid.
we were just
Oh,
going
no.
to end.
Yes, Breaky has to keep going. We need to raid
Put
Breaky.
your put your ending stream so people stop raiding.
No,
We were the main menu. That's as close as it can get.
I'm raiding Breaky.
Hello, everyone.
So who are we raiding? I have to figure out who we're raiding.
Hello, Mr. Cherry Pit.
If you want, we can raid
Hello.
John. We can raid Johnny
Codex.
Berg.
There's
Hello,
someone playing RV there
Derrickson. Hello,
that I'm getting
Waffles.
recommended.
Hello,
Johnny Berg
Leonis.
is on. There's Calder
Hello.
the dragon.
Hope you had a good stream. Welcome to watching me sit on the title screen of Are We There Yet? Because we just beat the game. And I'm about to leave to go eat food.
The food good.
There's way too many people here.
Dragon raid though.
Thanks for the
There's
poop.
Calder the dragon. I don't know who they are, but they're playing a game.
Oh, I know them. I don't know how long they're gonna keep going for.
Who dragon?
They've been going for 5.5 hours.
They either ended this time or they're gonna go 3 more hours.
Calder? It's like
Let me first time
KALDR.
chatter them.
I can.
Or no, I'm
post the
first time
link.
chattering.
Oh wait, Calder and Johnny are both playing the same game. Iron?
We could rate Johnny. I like Johnny.
I like Johnny
But
too.
I already first time chattered.
Oh,
Are
in
you,
Calder stream?
are you
Yeah.
ending? Are you going 3 more hours?
What did they say?
I didn't hear them.
999 hours. Okay, we can
They
rate
said
them.
an hour and a half.
An hour and a
We
half.
can go.
Like
Calder's cool.
Calder.
Okay.
I mean, they are
Stream was
dragon.
good. I'm not allowed to leave, but I'm going to. What are you gonna do about it?
Dragon Tooth Tonk.
You played a lot of Armored Core. I've heard a few
Oh, I just
people are
unscrunkled.
into that game.
I was so like slouched.
Are you dying?
Okay. I'm I marked a raid for them. For Calder.
I guess I'm ready to raid. Let me get the raid message in real quick then.
Let me copy the name.
Oh,
We got
do
a
I cancel
timer
the
though,
raid?
so we raid at the same time.
Okay, I canceled the raid.
Okay. I didn't even type in the raid yet.
I have
Okay.
/raid typed
Slash.
out, so we
Cow.
can send it whenever Tira has done her thing.
Do I want
Wait,
to
we
do
need
that
to do
thing?
it for Tura. Bernie, say your thing. I've once again asking for financial support.
Alright, thank yeah.
I'm once again asking for your financial support.
Here,
What else
this
do-
is the one.
What else do
I
you
am
say?
once again asking
Remember,
for your
Kobo loves
financial
you.
support.
Uh-huh. I mean, that's close enough, I
don't
think.
know.
Here comes the raid to Calder the Dragon.
Here comes straight to
I'll
Calder the
stream again
Dragon.
tomorrow, same
Mhm.
time.
Same time.
Playing another 6 hours of RV there yet.
Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna play Monster Mystery. You know,
Tomorrow will be a mystery stream.
yeah.
Alright,
And this mystery solution is RV there yet.
I'm hitting enter, but I'm not clicking raid yet. Well, we have to wait 10 seconds.
Oh,
Someone count us down.
are you? Did you rate already? Like,
No, I can. I hit enter on the command, so
okay.
I can hit raid now.
Oh, I'll hit enter first then. Okay. I did enter too.
Alright, we can raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Go. I did it.
I got one viewer. My counter would tick down one. Like, oh no.
Oh.
Should have raided earlier. Oh, that was perfectly timed.
Oh, look at that. 3 raids at the same time. Alright, I'll stop my stream.